from several countries putting their perspective today in this conference. So it's going to be a great session today and tomorrow, and hopefully we all take back and learn something and contribute to our existing knowledge.
Jai Hind, Namaskar. Before we start, I think it will be very appropriate to respect humanity, and we can all stand up for paying our homage to the aircraft crash people who died there. If you don't mind, we'll take that 1 minute. Thank you. Jai Hind, thank you. I'll request now Paramita ji to conduct the sessions. For everybody's information, I'm only assistant to her. So any flap I do...
I'm assistant to you, sir.
Any flap I do, she is responsible. She should have trained me well. Yeah, let's go ahead.
I now request our dignitaries, Shri Prakash Singh sir, Mr. Shombi Sharp, Professor Harpreet Kaur, Shri Anil Razdan sir, and Vice Admiral, Rear Admiral Dr. Sanatan Kulshrestha to kindly come for the lighting of lamp.
And I want Vijay Tikku sir also. Where is he? As usual, missing. Bulao. Aditya, I want Tikku sir. Sir, since it's a religious thing, we will request everybody to make themselves a little uncomfortable. I should be very fair in my representation. We must have the naval officer also come. Please come, sir. Aye, sir.
पद्मासने संस्थिता वन्दे तां परमेश्वरीं भगवतीं
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. Let them settle. So the icing on the cake is arrived. Mrs. Neeru Abral, madam, has come. Good, very nice. Hi, ma'am.
I now request everyone to please kindly stand for our national anthem.
जनगणमन अधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड उत्कल गंगा विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उज्जल जलधि तरंगा तव शुभ नामे जागे तव शुभ आशीष मांगे गाहे तव जय गाथा जन गण मंगलदायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे.
Thank you. It is with great purpose and pride that we gather here under the banner of the Global Counter-Terrorism Council, an organization that not only speaks about countering terrorism in its traditional sense, but boldly explores the pathways that counter the very root cause of conflict, like inequality, ignorance, exclusion, and unsustainable development. As we stand at the threshold of India's centenary of independence, this platform, Viksit Bharat at 2047, presents more than a vision. It reflects a mission, a movement, and a moment of transformation. The very title of this conference compels us to reflect deeply on the multifaceted dimensions of sustainable development, encompassing liberal arts, infrastructure, sustainable agriculture, and the transformative role of technology, particularly artificial intelligence, in shaping global security. As we all know, that GCTC is not merely a think tank. It is a thought-action catalyst, combining the wisdom of seasoned administrators, defense strategists, scholars, and grassroots activists. It believes that security is not only the absence of war, but the presence of opportunity, dignity, and development for all. Our work spans policy research, strategic framework, education, and peace building. From roundtables to classrooms, from counterterrorism policy to sustainable governance model, we don't just talk about peace, we prepare the road for it. At its core, this dialogue is rooted in the ethos of the global fraternity, reminding us that the pursuit is not merely of national interest, but of building a world that is just, peaceful, inclusive, and resilient. India today stands at a crucial juncture, a nation poised not only to rise, but to uplift. The motto of Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam, the world is one family, is no longer an ancient whisper. It is now a living framework, guiding India's external policies, domestic policies, and our shared global aspirations. Through the new education policy, India embraces multidisciplinary education, liberal arts, and AI literacy, cultivating not only employability but enlightenment. It builds a generation that thinks critically, lives ethically, and acts responsibly. We must recognize that the sustainable development is now national security. Our policies must link directly to the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals, from clean energy to circular economies, from smart cities to smart villages. True counterterrorism begins with building communities that are empowered, employed, and educated. But no policy succeeds without public understanding and grassroots executions. And this is where GCTC has stepped up with partnerships across ministries, universities, NGOs, schools, and local governance institutions, ensuring that the message of security through development reaches every panchayat, every student, and every citizen. By 2047, we don't just aim to be a superpower. We aim to be a source of peace, a model of sustainability, a torchbearer of cooperative global leadership. Let this conference be a pledge to foster...
Pledge. Oh, okay.
Absolutely.
So let's have a pledge.
I'm ready. Let's ask our dignitaries and delegates to kindly take the pledge.
Let all of us take this pledge that we are going for the Viksit Bharat. Yeah, let's do that.
To foster intercultural dialogue through liberal education, to make policy inclusive and participatory, to make peace our purpose, not just policy, to build not just smart cities, but wise villages, and above all, to ensure that no security can be sustained without sustainability. In the end, I would just say that let this platform echo far beyond these walls. Let it become a movement of minds, engineers and artists, civil servants and citizens, soldiers and scholars, all united in building a Bharat that is not only powerful, but also peaceful. As Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi ji dreams of a Viksit Bharat by 2047, may we ensure that the foundation of this vision is led not on the noise of conflict, but on the calm of consensus, energy of youth, and the spirit of Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam. Thank you and Jai Hind.
Thank you very much, Dr. Saab. With that, let us come down to the brass tracks proper. And for that, let's have our inaugural session to start. And the inaugural session is basically to see that, and it will set the tone for the conference, outlining the strategic vision for India's emergence as a global superpower by 2047, which has been set by the country, which has been said by the Prime Minister, which has been accepted by all of us, that we all are working for 2047 as a grown-up economy, a developed state, and a Viksit Bharat. It will highlight, this conference is going to highlight, and especially the inaugural session will be highlighting the key elements of governance, national security, and technological innovation needed to propel India towards becoming a Viksit Bharat. And for that, I am setting the sub-theme for our inaugural session participants, that we will be going for vision for Viksit Bharat, 100%, nothing less than that. Role of governance, security, and innovation in shaping India's global leadership, which is very important, and creative, inclusive, and resilient institution. With that, I will invite Dr. Saab to invite our guest to speak.
I request Shri Prakash Singh sir, Mr. Shombi Sharp, Vice Admiral S.N. Ghormore sir, and Professor Harpreet Kaur to kindly come on the dais and start the inaugural session.
Since it's our inaugural session, I'll request Prakash sir to set the ball rolling. That what best the Viksit Bharat can be in terms of innovation, in terms of technological development, in terms of governance, in terms of safety and security. Over to you, sir.
Distinguished members on these dais, senior officers from different departments, Army, Navy, Air Force, Police, bureaucracy, ladies and gentlemen, and I don't know, maybe there are some people from the media also. Welcome. I extend a hearty welcome to all of you on behalf of the GCTC. It's a privilege to be here at the inaugural session and being asked to set the tone. As they say, some people achieve greatness, some are born great, and some have greatness thrust on them. So this honor was thrust on me only last night. And I had to accept by virtue of my close association with the TICCOs and the GCTC. In fact, I was, I think, one of the first persons to be contacted when they started setting up this GCTC. So I think they have a legitimate claim over me, and I could not refuse this. Now, I must compliment the GCTC also for organizing this conference, Bharat 2047, which is supposed, where we will discuss what the policy of the government should be, what the governance model should be, what technological innovations we need to be able to emerge as a global superpower by 2047. It was in 2022 that Prime Minister Narendra Modi said that the next 25 years would be a period of Amrit Kal, at the end of which India would emerge as a super global power, a Viksit Bharat, a developed India in all respects. This is the target he has set, and the country is steadily accelerating in that direction. And the objective is to become a $30 trillion economy by 2047. This Viksit Bharat will have multiple dimensions. It is not only economic development and achieving a high GDP and becoming a $30 trillion economy, but it would be a multifaceted development in all spheres. The objective is to reduce poverty to zero. Although we have already achieved, according to the latest World Bank report, very good progress in lifting people above the poverty line, and the objective is that there should be no one below the poverty line by 2047. Infrastructure development is already taking place at a very rapid pace. National education policy is being pursued, and there is an attempt to improve educational standards at all levels. In fact, we can take pride in the fact that our products from Indian institutions are today global leaders, and they are being sought in all countries of the world. There are so many corporations in USA which are headed by Indians. And only a few days back, I read the German ambassador saying that we need Indian graduates to run our industries. They're short of educated people. So we are proud of the fact that our educational system is producing intellectually the finest specimens that you find in the world today. Viksit Bharat would also mean women's empowerment. Women have always held a very high position in the Indian society, but what we are witnessing today is something which causes deep concern. You open the newspaper every day and you see women being abused and some incident not dignified happening here and there. Why is it happening? Some people, of course, blame Western values. Some people blame the TV. Some people blame the mobile. All kinds of factors are there. But the fact is that we need to seriously think of this problem and get over it and have an environment where women feel not only empowered but also safe. Healthcare, that is another area where we have to go a long way. In fact, we have the biggest healthcare scheme in the world, which the Prime Minister launched when he started the Ayushman Bharat. It is gradually spreading across the country, and we have to ensure that its benefits reach the people at the lowest strata. Agriculture sector, that is in some kind of a turmoil, and we have witnessed, in fact, agitation in the agriculture sector in the recent past, and even today things are not all quiet and there is some kind of turbulence. These need to be addressed in such a way that this is the biggest sector in our economy, that it continues to produce more than what we need, so that we are in a position even to export food grains to different parts of the world. So it's going to be a multifaceted development in all spheres, whether economic, social, political. There's one area which has not been touched upon, but which I think must be addressed if we have really to emerge as a global power. I'm referring to the composition of the assemblies at the state level and the parliament at the national level. A very disturbing feature of our parliamentary democracy is that the percentage of people with a shady background, their percentage is steadily going up during the last 2 decades. And today it has reached the alarming level of 46%, out of which 31% have serious criminal cases against them, and 46% is the total. This is a very alarming figure, and we have to see that these people are debarred from entering the parliament. That is the only answer. Then, unfortunately, we find election commissioners talking on the subject after their retirement. Unfortunately, the Supreme Court says it is beyond our purview because the laws are laid down by the parliament. And what do you expect from a parliament where 46% persons have already infiltrated? They will not vote for their ouster from the august body. So that is the dilemma, but we have to find some solution, and I think public voice, public opinion, public agitation is the only answer, and we must see and ensure that persons of questionable background do not enter the parliament and the state assemblies. In fact, one of the major problems which we find is the nexus between the criminals, the politicians, the bureaucrats, the police, and even the media. This is one of the very serious problems that the country is facing, and we have not found a solution to it. In only one state, I would say, the state of UP, the Chief Minister has been able to somewhat break the nexus because he has no access to grind, he has no love for money, he is devoted to the state fully, entirely and completely, and he wants to take it high on a high trajectory of development and make it the number one state in the country. But otherwise, all the other states, there is some compromise. I mean, the degree of compromise may vary from 10% to 60, 70%, but they all compromise with this. So this is an area of concern. Another area of concern to which I would like to draw your attention is the criminal justice system. And it's in a very bad shape. The criminal justice system of the country rests on 4 pillars: police, prosecution, justice, and prisons. Now, all these 4 pillars are in very bad shape. And police, I would say, is the central pillar. I myself have given more than almost 2 decades of my post-retirement life to bringing about reforms in the police, and I won the battle in the Supreme Court also. And the Supreme Court mandated directions to all the state governments about the changes they need to bring about in the police. But the states have a vested interest. The politicians have a vested interest. The bureaucrats have a vested interest in maintaining the status quo. And with the politicians and the bureaucracy, if they combine, it's a very, very formidable alliance, and it becomes very difficult to defeat it. So that is a stumbling block. Here again, I would say, popular demand, popular agitation, that is the only way out. Politician will never give up his stranglehold over the police. As I say, it is like asking a zamindar to sign on the Zamindari Abolition Act. That he will never do. But it has to be done. Criminal justice system has to be reformed. Apart from police, then there are problems with the judiciary. I have a huge pendency. I mean, about a year back, it was, no, before pandemic, it was 4 crores. Now it has overshot 5 crores. I mean, this is unacceptable, unacceptable. 5 crore pending cases in the Supreme Court, High Court, and the lower judiciary taken together. This has to be, I mean, government has to give serious thought to it, and the judiciary has to give serious thought to it. Why must they leave the Supreme Court, the judges at 4 o'clock? They just close the shop and go home. I could never say that as a police officer. I may be working till 11 o'clock, midnight, or maybe I don't sleep the whole night, but the work has to be attended. If there's a crisis, you have to rise to the occasion. You can't say that, no, it's time for me to go to bed or go and meet my children and my wife. You can't say that. Why are these people not motivated enough to dispose of the cases? At least they should say that, all right, if this is the intake, say about 25,000 cases or every year you are getting, you should be able to dispose of at least 30,000 cases. Then alone the graph will start going down. But even that is not happening, and the graph continues to go up. And we just don't know what to do. In fact, I was thinking, why can't artificial intelligence be given this job? At least those petty cases where only fines are involved and where only less than 7 years of punishment. Give it to artificial intelligence, you decide the cases. I mean, you have to, it requires a very careful and very thorough feeding. But you give it and let them dispose of the petty cases at least which are pending, or cases which are pending for more than 20 years, more than 30 years. I mean, we have had enough of your wisdom, my lords. Let the artificial intelligence decide these cases. But the point is, we must find some way. If we want to have a Viksit Bharat, we can't be having 5 crore cases pending in the courts. Yet another area of corruption, another area of concern. I mean, these are the obstacles which we are going to encounter in the process as we move towards Viksit Bharat, because no serious thought is being given to these problems. The corruption in the country. Now, according to the latest data given by the Transparency International, we are at number 96 among the 180 countries. Now, I don't think that's a good placement, 96 out of 180. We should be somewhere in first 20 instead of being at number 96. And it is no consolation for me that Sri Lanka is 121, Bangladesh is 149, and Pakistan is 135. That is no consolation for me. We are not going to compare ourselves with these countries. we are in a different league, and we should stop comparing ourselves with the South Asian neighbors. In fact, I have quite often felt, having devoted a major part of my life to fighting the country's battles in different spheres, right from Kohima to Kashmir, I came to this dismal conclusion that every major internal security problem in this country has corruption as one of the reasons. I'm not saying it is the sole reason, but the element of corruption is always there. If you try to analyze the various factors which have contributed, whether it is northeastern insurgencies, whether it is a Kashmir problem, whether it is Maoist problem, whatever problem you study, at some stage you will find that corruption is a major factor. And another, this is my feeling, maybe I am wrong, but I feel that if we had contained corruption and kept it substantially below, I'm not saying that we eliminate it, that perhaps is not possible, but if we had kept it substantially below, we would already have been a global superpower. We would already have been in the same bracketed as with USA and China. If the corruption levels had not been so high as they are. So this has also to be brought down. If we have to achieve the objective of Viksit Bharat, these are some of the major obstacles that we are going to encounter in the process, and it's all right to talk of ease of doing business and having a new education policy and developing roads and highways and airports and whatnot. It's all fine, but what the three major factors which I have mentioned: composition of parliament and assemblies, the criminal justice system, and corruption. If these are not sincerely and effectively dealt with, then we'll have problem in achieving the objective of Viksit Bharat. The Global Counterterrorism Council, I've been associated with it since its very birth. I'm very happy to see that it has emerged as a major think tank deliberating on national security, deliberating on problems of governance and technology. These problems that it has been deliberating upon, and in the process they have produced, as the brochure says, about 400 white paper or strategic white papers, as they say. It's a great compliment to them that within it's just about 10 years, they have had more than 100 conferences at the national and international level, and having produced 400 papers. It's a laudable achievement that they could be proud of. They have contributed their share, in fact more than share, to bringing about and raising general awareness about national security and counter-terrorism, and that is a singular achievement of which they could be proud, and I would like to compliment the GCTC for it. In this conference, there are people from different walks of life. There are army officers, there are police officers, there are diplomats, there are industrialists, there are educationists, there are entrepreneurs, and they will all be expressing their views on subjects concerning their respective areas, and I'm sure these would be very valuable views, and we'll be having very significant output from them. And at the end of the conference, the GCTC would be compiling all these views and producing Bharat Charter, as they say, which will be a compilation of the recommendations made by all the speakers and even the participants, the audience, their contribution. It will be a compilation of that, and it will be copies of that will be sent to the government and to all the other stakeholders for follow-up action on those respective points. So I thank you all once again for having come here to participate in a very important function. because terrorism and therefore counter-terrorism is becoming very, very important for us. Earlier it used to be just an incident. There was 26/11 in Mumbai, and we said, okay, we just kept quiet about it. There was no retaliation, there was no violent reaction. We accepted it, and that was that. Although it is justified by some thinkers as what they call strategic restraint. Now you can call it a strategic restraint, you can also call it political paralysis, depends on how you look at it. In retrospect, I think we have been very, very indulgent in the face of terror incidents. Terror incidents have been facing us, confronting us, bedeviling us, bothering us, draining our economy from mid-50s onwards. From mid-50s onwards, yes, this has been going on. I think the Prime Minister has done right in announcing a new policy to deal with it. That every time there is an incident of terror, there will be befitting response. That we shall not succumb to nuclear blackmail. And that there will be we will not differentiate between the perpetrators of terrorism and the their backers, their sponsors. We'll identify the two. And only the other day the Prime Minister said that acts of terror will be treated as acts of war. So now we have moved into a different dimension, and terrorism becomes a very, very important subject in our day-to-day affair. We must be fully conversant with its nuances, and we must create an atmosphere where the country is united and in one voice, and not discordant voices as we are hearing even today. In one voice, we express our determined opposition to terrorism and devise very effective means and methods and develop tools to tackle that. With these words, I thank you all once again. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much for such straightforward words. You couldn't have been more honest, truthful, if at all we are looking at our country. Within the constraint, I will request the people on stage that I have 20 minutes, sir. So let's divide it to 7 minutes each. But that doesn't mean you have to stick to that only. But try and accommodate my this request. And there I request Honorable Shri Sharp, sir, United Nations Resident Coordinator in India, to please share his thoughts. Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much, Shri Prakash Singh, all of the dignitaries here on the dais. On behalf of the United Nations system, let me thank GCTC for bringing us all together for this very important conversation. Namaskar, आप सभी को UN परिवार की तरफ से मेरा नमस्कार. Dear friends, this is a milestone year. This is the 80th anniversary of the United Nations, the very concept of countries and peoples coming together for collective solutions to common challenges. This is the 10th anniversary of the Sustainable Development Goals 2030 agenda, putting numbers and targets on these collective solutions. And yet, as we discuss today India's role in shaping the future, we see that the world is very much off track in terms of this collective agenda. 83% of the Sustainable Development Goals targets are off track. We see climate change raging, we see conflict raging, so it's sort of a perfect storm about in the world. Last year was the warmest year on record ever. These days now, if you want to see what were the hottest last 5 years, you just look at the last 5 years. Hottest 10, last 10. It's like that and up. If we are seeing 50 degrees centigrade here in Delhi now, can you imagine what our children are going to be seeing? Will they be seeing 60 degrees? What will it be like, life then? Misinformation in the digital world is spreading faster than truth. And still, unlike here in India, low-income countries around the world, only about 1 in 3 people have access to digital life. Artificial intelligence holds great promise for solutions, but it also presents profound risks. So in this sea of challenges and worries and concerns, we do see, if I may say, an island of optimism, and that is India, stepping forward with new models of inclusive growth, digital innovation, climate leadership, showing us what is possible, going from development challenges to global leadership. If the world were to follow India's example more closely, what would that look like? We would see countries where STEM education is achieving parity in terms of gender equality, as many women as men. We would see countries where investment in energy security is overwhelmingly going towards clean energy. Countries where digital public infrastructure is providing digital identity and life as a public good to everybody. And we would see countries investing significantly in international peace and security, peacekeeping included. This is the India of today, this is the India of 2030, and this is the India of 2047. Viksit Bharat. We see these two stepping stones, 2030 and 2040, as being along the very same path. And India, with 1/6 of humanity, although I would note already India's TFR fertility rates are below replacement. So the importance now is to invest, as Shri Prakash said, invest in the human capital that India has today. Invest in this incredible demographic dividend, more young people for solutions to tap, more young minds to tap than any country has ever had before. An incredible gender dividend to unleash the potential, Nari Shakti, investing in the women and girls that this great country has right now. And the impact that India has as India moves forward domestically also is felt internationally. This is very important. India as a powerful voice for the global South. Why? Well, first of all, of course, for purposes of equity, of justice, of human rights. But secondly, because the global South, like India, is rising. As a collective of emerging markets, developing countries, the global South already accounts for 40% of the world's economy and will account for 80% of future growth ahead, profoundly reshaping the global economic and political landscape. And India's role as a pillar in supporting South-South cooperation is absolutely vital. We've heard about Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam. The world is one. This is something that we are seeing through India's leadership in so many ways. The G20 presidency, for example, India's investment in multilateral collective action, the International Solar Alliance, the Coalition for Disaster Resilient Infrastructure, Dakshin, External Affairs Ministry's ITEC program, capacity building programs. And we in the UN are very proud to be humble partners in this. We have the India-UN Development Partnership Fund, run from the Office of South-South Cooperation. We have the UN India here South-South Cooperation New Initiative, together with the External Affairs Ministry and Gates Foundation as well. So bringing these two together is not just about India, it is truly about the world. The digital public infrastructure revolution here, the India stack, the gem trinity, bringing unbelievable financial inclusion to rural areas, to women, bringing unbelievable digital inclusion to all people across the country. And also investing in, as I mentioned, peace and security. I had the great privilege and honor to join India's convening of the UN Counterterrorism Committee here in Mumbai during India's presidency of the UN Security Council, as well bringing technology to bear against international terrorism efforts. So I think, as also we've heard, energy security, sustainability, profitability, these are one in the same. And India is showing that Viksit Bharat is a green Bharat, investing at incredible scale, putting ambitious commitments for 500 gigawatts of renewable energy installation by 2030, and already delivering almost half of energy production from non-fossil fuel sources. Already the third largest producer of solar electricity from, renewable electricity from solar and wind power. So we in the United Nations, all of our agencies, from UNDP to UN Environment Program, UNICEF, UNIDO, you name it, we are all very proud and humble partners with India along this journey. And the private sector, finally, I would say, India's robust, vibrant, innovation-focused private sector businesses are absolutely key to investing in a renewable future, to providing decent green jobs to the young people entering the workforce, almost 1 million a month, if I'm not mistaken, here in India. And this will drive not only India forward, but will move the needle, the global SDGs. So again, to conclude, 2030 and 2047, this is the same journey. And we must do it together, and we can do it together. With India's leadership, I like to say, Saath hai to sambhav hai, we can all together. And my mantra is SDGs दुनिया में मुमकिन होंगी क्योंकि India में, Bharat में मुमकिन होंगी. Thank you very much. Bahut bahut dhanyavad. And extremely pleased to see our very, very dear friend, Shri Amitabh Kant ji, who's been such a leader in so many respects and a great friend of the United Nations. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. Very kind of you. In fact, the icing on the cake was your Hindi, and we are sold out to you for that, sir. Fantastic. Now I request Professor Harpreet Kaur. Madam, I wish Dr. Paramita would have announced your name, but I took that liberty. Thank you. Thank you very much.
A very good morning to all present here. Shombi Sharpji, UN Resident. Shri Prakash Singh Ji, IPS, Veteran Police Foundation, former DGP, Vice Admiral, Shri Gourmet, Vice Chief of Naval Staff, GCTC, Vijay Tikkuji, Aditya Tikkuji, and all present here, and of course Shri Khan Saab, and all present here. It's my privilege to welcome you on this event organized by GCTC. Now, Bharat 2047. I believe it is not just a slogan, it is a mission. It is a mission to be accomplished by all of us. And the onus lies on all of us, the entire population of India, and also those people who are residing outside, but they are Indians, that we accomplish this mission. Now, as we approach the 100th anniversary of India's independence, it is a reflection and reimagination. But let me start with this particular thing, that it is very important that our civilizational legacy is to be understood. It has to be roots of our future aspirations, because without that, India is nothing. India is nothing without our civilization. What lies ahead has to be seen from the angle of what we have left behind, and of course we are leaving it behind, but now again it is being rejuvenated, and and that is a very heartening thing. From mathematics to astronomy, from Ayurveda to yoga, from spiritual philosophy to ethical governance, all these were visible in our governance models which were present earlier. So Viksit Bharat is not just chase of economic numbers. It is a reflection of ethical, ecological, spiritual consciousness that has defined us all through. And of course, demographic power has been mentioned by you, Shombi Shabji. And because numbers are important, and those youth is important, and also women are important. So I leave this demographic dividend, which is going to be very beneficial for us. But the vision of Bharat has to be very bold and very grounded. Of course, all the numbers which are there, but a climate resilient agricultural system, a knowledge economy, public institutions that are transparent, that are proactive. These are all pillars of national transformation. So what I understand is, first thing is we should have governance. Governance, which is defined as good governance with transparency and accountability, has moved on to be more inclusive and more performance-based and tech-driven and participatory. So broad parameters of governance are service delivery. That is very important. Agility is important. Accountability and citizen centricity is very important. Without capable institutions, there can be no vision, no ambition. So this is the first parameter, that governance should be very, very good and it should be transparent. And of course, national security lies at the heart of it. With a lot of hybrid threats we are having, cyber warfare, terrorism, cross-border tensions, non-traditional risks like pandemics and climate-induced migration. All these things are happening, and so our defense capabilities have to be very, very strong. Our national security architecture has to be very strong, and we have to have strategic foresight. Then also international cooperation is required for that. And also technology and innovation. If I see, India is not just a consumer of technology today, it is a driver for frontier innovation. We are talking about digital infrastructure to quantum computing, space tech to renewable energy. So you name it, we have many things all together. So it is becoming a global innovation hub. And we are investing in R&D, fostering grassroots startups, ensuring inclusive access to the technology. So what is important is, because research will define our movement, so it is important to invest in research, and technology serves an equalizer. It is bridging the gaps and not widening them. So technology should be used in such a manner that we are not widening the gaps, but we are bridging the gaps. So in this Amrit Kal, innovation must be inclusive, ethical, and mission-driven. Another thing which I feel is very important is the knowledge system. Ancient knowledge system and the cutting-edge science, they have to be combined altogether. In this globally competitive yet culturally grounded India, we have to combine these two things to bring about new reforms. Also, institutional reforms are very important. We have to adapt to new realities, and these realities have to be adaptable, accountable, having resilient institutions. And so it should be inclusive in spirit and adaptive in functions. So institutions, I believe, are not just a bureaucratic framework, they are bedrock of nation's trust. So whether it is judiciary, whether it is parliament, whether it is civil services or education system, every pillar of democracy must evolve with aspirations of the people, which should be transparent, open to feedback, and also proactive to community responsible, because community is the very basis of Indian economy, responsive, and also grounded in constitutional morality. Another thing which I feel is very important is inclusive and also justice should be there, whether it is gender justice or it is ecological balance or social equality. All these frameworks we are realizing, and that is the action framework for Bharat at 2047. So very quickly, I'll just mention a few points how we can have elucidate this action framework for Bharat at 2047. First thing is, what I feel is important is digital India, of course. But digital India with rural connectivity is very important. So next phase, we have to go into the rural connectivity, universal broadband access, to enable e-governance, telemedicine, digital learning, agriculture advisory system. So these rural areas should be penetrated, and a lot of potential is there, which we all know. Another thing which I believe is very important is the Skill India, of course. That project is very ambitious and very, very apt. But what I understand is that, as the students are graduating, they're getting their degrees. But what is important is also a student should have this skill passport or a skill degree, where you are producing this skill degree, you are getting the particular training, getting this degree, and of course getting jobs and whatever it is. If I am having a particular concern where I am doing some skilling project, I can take those graduates who are producing those skill passport or maybe the skill degrees. This can leverage our democratic dividend, I think. So we must revolutionize skilling. That is very important. That AI, robotics, drones, renewable energy, and cybersecurity. So Make in India is another platform. Make in India, where technological self-reliance is important, from missile system to semiconductor manufacturing. Of course, Startup India should also be included with the women's rural setups also, because tier 2 cities and rural incubation centers should come up at a great pace, and women entrepreneurs should talk about microcredit and self-help groups. Of course, they are doing quite a lot in this arena, but what I must understand is that this digital unicorns we are talking about, but now is the time to talk about social unicorns, where we are giving back to the society what we are taking from the society. Another thing is also drones are very important. Drones as an emergent technology to solve logistic problems, revolutionizing farming, disaster relief, and infrastructure monitoring. So drones as a service should be available rapidly, and it will also give a lot of jobs also. So another thing sir has mentioned about the solar energy and this. But what I understand is that we have to talk about this mini grids, local. That is what is missing. Of course, we might be large in numbers and all, but what is missing is that it should be there in all the households, in all the rural areas and so on. So this scaling rooftop solar energy is our next target. Good governance also should be field oriented, that we are going to the fields where it is performance linked incentive should be there. And of course, women are very important parameter, because when women lead, the countries transform, the nations transform. And what I understand is that when women are leading, they are going to the grassroots, they are understanding the psyche of the people. That emotional intelligence which we talk about in the governance can come if the women are there in the forefronts of government echelons. So now it is the time to make this as a Jan Andolan. It is not that it is if the government is doing, it's not enough. If civil society is doing, then I think that backup will come. So each one of us should be a part and parcel of this revolutionizing India at Bharat 2047. The young population should come forward with this energy and creativity, and so in decades to come we'll change quite a lot. So as we reflect things, it's a very ambitious project, but it is actionable also, it is realizable also, and it is not very far when this time will be realized, that when we have that, the olden times when India was a golden sparrow. So now is the time when we talk about our ambitions to actionable changes. So we have to talk about actions and programs, from vision to execution, from planning to performance, from potential to progress. This is what our Honorable Prime Minister says. This is not time to dream big. It is time to act boldly. And this is India's moment. With our demography, it is our moment. But the only thing is we have to be more purposeful. We should have ideas and expertise and institutions. And then, we should not just talk, but we should act. And this time is to act. And once we act, I think this golden dream of this India 47, which we are visualizing, all of us in our own true sense, will be realized. Thank you very much.
Great, ma'am. Thank you. Thank you very much for such a educative thing which we got. With permission from Amitabh sir, I have a Vice Admiral to speak. Give us that little time on that. And I have my last hope on Vice Admiral, that as an army officer, he will stand by me to close it in 5 minutes.
Shri Prakash Singh, Shri Amitabh Kant sir, Shri Rajiv Gauba sir, distinguished dignitaries and delegates, ladies and gentlemen. It's a matter of distinct honor for me to join this important national dialogue at a time when India stands at an historic inflection point, charting its trajectory towards becoming a global superpower at 2047. In ancient times, India had nearly contributed to 33% of the world GDP at its zenith, though it was known worldwide as an agrarian economy, but it was a pivotal hub for trade and exports across Asian, European, and African continents. And later, during the Mauryan era, India boasted a rich heritage of science, art, and literature. During the Golden Age or the Gupta Empire, India exemplified cultural and intellectual flourishing throughout the world. One constant throughput during all these periods was its economic growth and geopolitical relations with neighboring regions. I am convinced that our national vision can be achieved through a whole-of-nation effort to build our comprehensive national power, which requires us to think and act big with a strategic vision, a sound security doctrine, strategic clarity, and global diplomatic alignment. And therefore, I would like to focus today on a strong and powerful nation, an economic powerhouse with security architecture, strategic posture, and international diplomacy that must underpin the idea of Viksit Bharat at 2047. Security is the foundation upon which development is built. Recent operations, Operation Sindoor, again emphasized this important and crucial aspect. Without secure borders, stable internal systems, and freedom from coercion, economic prosperity, innovation, and governance cannot flourish. As India moves to a $30 trillion economy and a voice in global affairs, its strategic vulnerabilities will become more pronounced and its security needs more complex. From the high Himalayas to the depths of Indian Ocean, from cyber networks to space assets, India's security landscape is now truly multi-domain. We face persistent threats of cross-border terrorism, as was seen in the recent Pahalgam dastardly attack, and proxy wars. Growing risks of cyber and information warfare, challenges in Indo-Pacific strategic theater, and critical need to protect our energy routes, data systems, and maritime trade corridors. And therefore, a Viksit Bharat must be a secure Bharat, prepared, preemptive, and resilient. So we need strong armed forces. In the global environment, we see an era of fluid polarity. We see a fragmenting international order, a retreat from multilateralism, militarization of emerging domains, space, cyber, and AI, and growing pressures on middle powers like India to take clearer and leadership positions on global issues. And therefore, what lies in us? We need to build strategic autonomy backed by strong institutions, thrust on research and development, creation of a national defense R&D ecosystem, self-reliant defense capabilities, and credible deterrence across all fronts. We need to enhance our manufacturing capabilities. So therefore, India must not only defend itself, but also protect and project stability across South Asia, Indian Ocean region, and Indo-Pacific at large. Our maritime domain, which is often overlooked, which is central to India's rise. And Indo-Pacific continues to emerge as a new geopolitical center of gravity. Therefore, we need to build a blue water navy that can operate across the Indo-Pacific. We need to strengthen our logistic and defense partnership. We need to ensure freedom of navigation and adherence to rule-based orders. And we need to sustain and maintain regional peace and stability. India must continue to be an advocate of universal brotherhood. The idea of Vasudev Kutumbakam, a Sanskrit phrase from ancient scriptures, embodies our ethos. We need to evolve from a moral voice to strategic actor. So therefore, we need to take bold actions in multilateral institutions like the UN, G20, and SCO. We need to focus on various issues which are already brought out of climate action, tech governance, counterterrorism, regional cooperation and coalitions from BIMSTEC to IORA to Colombo Security Conclave. And I think we have done well in promotion of yoga. 2 days later, we have the International Yoga Day, which was started by India. And in our foreign policies, we need to reflect our internal confidence and external responsibilities. We must be trusted by the West, respected by the East, and looked up by the global South. Our institutional ecosystem must underpin our strategic vision. We need to continue to strengthen jointness and integration across armed forces. We need to build trust, integrity, honesty, and sincerity, and teamwork. We need to deepen civil-military integration in policy formulation, reform our defense procurement for speed and self-reliance, invest in strategic think tanks, wargaming, and scenario building. And strategic foresight is not a luxury anymore. It is a national imperative. This was clearly apparent during the recent operations. So as we gather to shape the roadmap to Bharat 2047, let us remember a strong India must be forged and built through vision, vigilance, and unity. In this mission, security is not the domain of the armed forces alone. It is the duty of every policymaker, technocrat, diplomat, and citizen. We must think boldly, act decisively, and prepare relentlessly. Let us make India not just a regional power, not just a balancing force, but a strategic leader that shapes the future of our region and contributes to global peace and order. Let this be a collective pledge as we embark on this journey to 2047 with nation first, always and every time. Thank you. Jai Hind.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for saving my day, though I owe apology to the next session that we have just eaten up 4 minutes of yours extra, sir. Notwithstanding that, sir, I'll now request Rear Admiral Sanatan Kulshesh, sir, to come and give us the mementos. Please, beta, bring. Sir, we'll request you to accept the memento. Request, sir, Shri, sir. To Harpreet Kaur, ma'am. And last but not the least, the naval to naval. Please come, sir. Sir, a group photograph. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much, sir. You stop the announcement. Read out.
उन्हें उठाओ जल्दी उठाओ pick it up Our next session, Governance and Administrative. Our next session, Governance and Administrative Transformation for a $35 trillion Bharat, focuses on civil service reforms and capacity building, digital governance and citizen-centric service delivery, the role of AI in decision-making and administrative accountability. For this session, we have some very, very esteemed speakers amongst us. I request Shri Anil Razdan, former Secretary Power, Government of India, Shri Rajiv Gauba, Member Niti Aayog and former Cabinet Secretary and Home Secretary, Government of India, Shri Amitabh Kant, former G20 Sherpa and CEO Niti Aayog, to kindly come on the dais. I request our session chair, Shri Anil Razdan, to kindly start the session.
Very good morning to my two very distinguished colleagues, Mr. Rajiv Gauba, who's a member, Niti Aayog, former Cabinet Secretary, Mr. Amitabh Kant, a well-known G20 Sherpa, and a great believer in Make in India, and various other powerful initiatives. The subject that we have before us just now is really something that we all aspire to go, and that is how do we create a governance system or an administrative transformation for a 35 trillion Bharat. Well, we look at it, I think you see the way inflation is going, if we talk in dollar terms only, one way of looking at it positively is, yes, we gallop towards becoming a totally developed country, ranking not only among, I would say, G7, but I would say into G3, into that kind of an orbit. We have the capability, we have the manpower, and we have, I think, luckily now, the will to do that. The only thing is that we've got to get out of our sloppiness and get the act together. How do we reach there? First of all, I think we have to become not only the workshop of the world, the brain of the world, and also the manufacturer of the world in a great way. Because unless we start manufacturing, we won't get jobs, we won't get resources, and at the end of the day, it is an economic war. We want the welfare of our citizens. While trying to make it to the session this morning, I thought of penning down a few attributes, and I leave it to these two key gentlemen who have reached the summits of governance and are in a position to advise, inspire, and reorient procedures, which is not particularly easy in a federal structure like ours, a multi-party structure. Democracy, values, undesirable neighborhoods, all these don't add up to a very good environment. The countries of the world which have run forward have had oceans around them, They've had impregnable vast lands of waste around them, where it's been very difficult to come in and keep disturbing your peace and progress. And mind you, we're in a neighborhood where the neighbor is always envious of what we are achieving and is very keen to disrupt whatever is going on. I was thinking, what is the assumption that we have got to go, that I would say that when we reach this figure that this meet tends to put forward, we have to have higher per capita income and GDP of a developed country. Citizens must have a better quality of life, longer life expectancy, drastic reduction in infant mortality, better health care, greater access, affordability, much cleaner environment, water and nutrition. That, I think, is a battle that is going to nudge us all the time. Rapid and cleaner surface, air and water transport. Delhi has taken the crown of being the most polluted capital in the world last year. We've got to get out of that, because as money arrives, vehicles arrive, the fuel is not changing. Having worked in 3 or 4 sectors of the energy sector, I can tell you, I don't see a drastic reduction in fuel change. Better nutrition, better school education, orientation towards responsible and participative citizenship. I think what is more important is making almost every citizen a productive and responsible member of society. Now that, I think, is something which is extremely difficult and hard, because having served as Director of School Education twice in my state, I know the challenges that come forth in that. Higher emphasis on productivity and efficiency in industry, agriculture and transport, and the environment responsibility for a citizen. Much larger green cover, I think, something which bothers me. NCR is a perfect example. We've lost our green cover. Avoid wastage of production, that is agriculture, horticulture and dairy. Zero wastage should be our target. Value addition and better life utilization of all kinds of production. Create a circular economy wherever possible. I've seen some documents 10, 15 years ago produced by the government of India, but I do not know where we are reaching. Now, digitization and innovation, there are 2 things which are going to be key, I think, in the future days. And these 2 gentlemen on my left and right are the ones who have the levers to advise, move, and reposition government personnel. And what are government personnel? Government personnel that we talked about in this session, that we're expected to talk about, are the people who are going to implement, who are going to motivate. They are the pilots of these aircraft or the drivers of these vehicles. Digitization is something that we are all talking about, and I'll give you 2, 3 quotes on that a little later. We are heading towards the digitization of financial transactions, faster governance, more efficient, energy-saving transactional governance and commerce. And what we need is reduction of layers of the administrative forestry, as I call it. It's a jungle for a citizen. How do we get out of it? Demystifying bureaucratic procedures and making commercial transactions more transparent for higher revenues and ease of doing business. Government doesn't have to get into everything, but how do we do it unless the citizen cooperates? Increase trade, commerce, transparency and innovation with the objective of increasing transaction quality and time for domestic and international trade and commerce. That is extremely important. Much faster physical movement across highways, ports and air transport. particularly ports and goods, these must move much faster. I'm skeptical about drones in this era of security consciousness. I don't think we can go very rapidly on that route. Rapid development of all trade facilitators, physical, financial, and procedural, ports, rails, roads, dedicated freight corridors. These are like the circulatory system of our body. Unless trade moves and moves efficiently, I don't think we're going to achieve that target. Clean energy is required, but with multiples of storage and digitization of the energy grid. That, I think, is something which is extremely important when we want decentralized energy generation. It has to be monetized, optimized, as well as auto-controlled and priced by demand-supply balance parameters. You can't have a fixed price for a commodity which is constantly undergoing change in demand and supply. Now, this is where AI will step in. And I have a little quote on it, which I will give you. I think what we really need to do is create such consciousness right from schools, colleges, and the younger people. Once you get a baked product into a service, you can't change it very much. It has to begin, I think, where the indoctrination is starting, or where the basic thinking is starting. I was reading something on this kind of an integration, and I could see that at the heart of a clean energy revolution lies the convergence of decentralization, digitalization, surging demand, multiple transaction settlement, and AI guidance and control and prioritization. Now, what does this imply? It means a shared, scalable framework that can trigger a flywheel effect of innovation and integration. Now, that is a slightly complicated term, but the more you think of it, it was coined by my friend Mr. Nandan Nilekani. And I think the gentleman was associated with me when I was Secretary Power, when we were trying to change the sector, and I think he's come into play again. Such people have ideas, they have commercial interests, but we have to understand that they give us the way to move forward. And the International Energy Agency has decided to adopt what they are thinking and taken out a joint publication on that kind of subject. So I've said more than I need to. I will only leave it to my two colleagues now to speak. Rajiv, would you like to begin, or Amita? Rajiv, go ahead.
Shri Anil Rajdan, Shri Amitabh Kant, friends, Shri Rajdan has already mentioned all the relevant, important points or ingredients, which should go into transforming our governance system. Governance is really the key to realizing the vision of Viksit Bharat. As you all know, it was on 75th Independence Day, the 15th August 2021, in his address to the nation from the ramparts of Red Fort, that the Prime Minister articulated this vision for Viksit Bharat, which itself was a big change, a leap, because Prior to that, our ambitions as a country were relatively modest. We used to talk of that we will eradicate poverty, etc., but that we will join the League of Developed Nations. That was articulated for the first time. Now, as Mr. Radhan also mentioned, this is going to be a formidable task, to put it mildly, because it means that we have to raise our GDP to 35 trillion dollars, that is nearly 8 to 9 times from the current level of around $4 trillion. And Viksit Bharat doesn't mean only higher GDP and higher per capita income. We have to massively improve our Human Development Index. HDI rank currently is 130. We will have to provide universal access to affordable health care. Infant mortality rate should decline to less than 2 from 28. We have made huge improvement, but we have to cover a lot of ground. The gross enrollment ratio for higher education should increase from 27 to 60. Some of our universities, our companies should be among the global top 10, top 20, top 50, and our infrastructure in scale and in quality, roads, ports, airports, trains, railway stations should be comparable to the best in the world. Here again, massive transformation and improvement has taken place in recent years, but we have to go a long way. So while it is a formidable task, but I think we have to believe that this can be done, and we have to look at some recent examples in our recent memory. Countries like Germany, Japan, South Korea, Singapore have accomplished similar transitions to developed country status within 25-30 years. So we can do so. I mean, these examples demonstrate that fortunes of nations can change dramatically. They can change their destinies or fortunes dramatically. Their rise and fall is shaped by the institutions and policies that they adopt. So it all essentially boils down to governance, which is the topic of this session. So we have to refashion our governance frameworks. We have to undertake institutional redesign. But more than that, I think we have to redefine our approach to governance, our philosophy of governance, so that we are able to capitalize on this opportunity which is before us. So I think first of all, we have to embrace trust-based governance. Second, we need to get something which Shri Radhan also referred to. The central, the state and the city governments have to get out of doing business themselves. Third, we need state governments and cities to make growth their number one priority. Fourth, we have to improve the state effectiveness, that is the quality of basic governance at the district level, at the city level, improve service delivery, speed of decision making, both in the central and state governments. And we need an urban transformation. And finally, we need to institutionalize long-term visioning and strategic thinking in the central and state governments. So on trust-based governance, I will give the example of Jan Vishwas Act 2023, which became effective on August 11, 2023, after having been passed by both houses of parliament. In one stroke, 183 provisions across 42 central acts administered by 19 ministries and departments were decriminalized. The threat of jail time and criminal fines were replaced by civil penalties, proportionate civil penalties for relatively minor and non-malicious violations like filing errors or administrative oversights, etc. For example, the Indian Forest Act provided for jail for the act of grazing cattle on forest lands. Environment Protection Act had imprisonment clauses you would know, you having worked in the Ministry of Environment, both of us have worked there, Rashmi, for even procedural lapses, failure to assist Pollution Control Board inspectors in their inspections. These all were replaced with administratively imposed penalties. Now, since 2014, Government of India has undertaken a concerted drive to reduce regulatory burden. Over 42,000 compliances have been eliminated or reduced, and over 3,700 legal provisions have been decriminalized. Aiming to build on this Jan Vishwas Act 2023, the budget this year announced Jan Vishwas Bill 2.0, which is in the works, which seeks to decriminalize several hundred provisions and additional provisions across different laws. And following Government of India's lead, several states have also initiated this exercise. And regulatory reforms like third-party inspection, self-certification have been introduced for boilers, weights and measures, etc. Several states have removed the requirement of trade license in addition to a license under the Shops and Establishment Act, so on and so forth. However, all this is a work in progress. Our enterprises continue to encounter overly complex regulatory burden. There is a punitive regulatory framework which is born out of colonial mindset of suspicion and punishment, and that has fostered an ecosystem of fear, harassment, extortion, and rent seeking, and stifled the spirit of enterprise. So the need now, when we talk of improving governance, is to follow or adopt a uniform and principle-based approach across the board for easing regulatory compliances and decriminalization of minor offenses. And a significant proportion of this regulatory burden and jail provisions is at the state level, state government. State laws account for 4 out of 5 such provisions. So the state governments now need to step into this arena with much greater proactively and undertake regulatory reforms and decriminalize state and municipal laws. I mean, in short, we need regulatory liberation for Viksit Bharat. Second, the government to get out of doing business themselves, state governments, even municipal corporations. When the Prime Minister gave a call for Viksit Bharat, it was not a spur of the moment statement. It came on the back of wide-ranging and deep policy reforms, regulatory reforms, governance reforms. Sectors which were considered holy cow like defense and space have been opened up to FDI and private participation. Private sector defense industry could not develop earlier because defense platforms, arms, ammunition, everything was reserved for public sector. Even shoes and socks were being made exclusively in the Ordnance Factory Board's factories, which were run as government departments, not even as PSUs. So this policy reform was followed by institutional restructuring. OFB was converted into a corporation, several corporations. So as a result, today now we can see, that our indigenous manufacturing capacity in defense is expanding. We are becoming exporter of defense goods, and opening up of space sector has resulted in proliferation of startups in space sector. But there is a lot of work in this to be done, not only in the center, but in the states. Every state has, Fruit Development Corporation, Vegetable Development Corporation, Film Development Corporation. State governments and municipal corporations are doing things themselves which can be done better by the private sector, where market-based delivery models are more efficient. So I think there needs to be this sort of consensus in the society, in governments, in the bureaucracy, political leadership, that government's role should focus on core sovereign functions, provision of public goods, rule of law, national security, education, health and social protection, and we need to not be in the business ourselves. So there is a scope for all this in the state governments. Monetization of assets, big drive was undertaken in the central government, but in the states, this is an area which has not been touched at all. These reforms will free up resources for creating infrastructure, and we will facilitate redeployment of human resources for government, essential government functions. The states also need to have a single-minded focus on economic growth, which till now was not the case. They were focused more on implementing schemes and programs which were given out to them by the central government, getting funds and adding their own funds and implementing schemes, but having their own blueprint for economic growth, per capita income, that was not a priority. That has changed now, but we are a country of continental dimensions. Our states are bigger than many countries. Even our districts are bigger. Many of our districts are bigger than many countries in area and population. So we can't become a Viksit Bharat or developed nation unless every state takes up this as a priority, and it's changing now. In the recently concluded meeting of the Governing Council of Niti Aayog on 24th May, all chief ministers, they outlined their plans to develop their state's blueprint for making their states developed by 2047 in sync with the Viksit Bharat mission. But for this, all states will have to create a facilitative policy and regulatory environment. That is, they will have to transform their governance, the priorities of their governance, and the sector-specific industrial policies and single window portals, etc., investor facilitation, they will have to be benchmarked against the global best practices. Now, coming to the human development, I think enhancing state effectiveness is very, very important, especially at the district level where service delivery takes place. So a weak delivery disproportionately impacts the poor and the vulnerable, and they are forced to seek private solutions and pay a much higher fraction of their incomes in seeking these private solutions. So our governance reforms should now prioritize modernization of administrative systems and investment in human capital. The capacity at the district level has to improve. And even for the Viksit Bharat vision, I think the implementation will be very important. So the speed of decision making. I think we have to move towards greater delegation of powers, decentralization, and flatter organization. Over time, we have added layers, become more hierarchical, and that delays decision making. Also, we have to welcome the entry of experts, domain experts. Lateral entry of domain experts should be welcomed as an opportunity because good governance requires diverse expertise. There is resistance to this idea. This experiment has begun, but I think it needs to be mainstreamed across central government and state governments. Capacity building has to be given much higher priority. We face a shortage of quality training institutions, and on the demand side, there are very little incentives for government staff to upgrade their skills. So capacity building, by and large, has remained confined so far to the higher echelons of civil service. But now we have the iGOT platform, which presents a unique opportunity to overcome these barriers. And now, Viksit Bharat will need an urban transformation. Our urbanization today is around 35%, but we are witnessing rapid demographic transition. This is projected to reach 60% by 2047. Our cities' governance will have to change. The state governments will have to cede power and control to the municipal corporations. Currently, our municipal corporations, their main job is sanitation, nothing else. If we look at the example of cities across the world, whether it's New York or London or Shanghai, municipal corporations control all utilities. They control traffic. They control even police. So the mayors and the municipal commissioners have to be empowered. And we need directly elected mayors with 5-year terms. So cities have to be empowered, and city governance needs a fundamental reset. Municipal governance needs to be given much greater priority by the states. Today, in most states in India, the officers of the Indian Administrative Service, they want to be collectors. Being municipal commissioner is not considered important enough. That has to change, because cities will be the hubs of growth. And finally, we need to institutionalize long-term thinking and visioning. In Government of India, this has begun now under the leadership of our Prime Minister. We set up sectoral groups of secretaries so that they can collectively think outside of their silos. Niti Aayog was set up, and Shri Amitabh Kant, as its first CEO, and for 6 years he converted it into a high-quality think tank. And states need similar institutions. Some states have started doing it, but I think states need this institution. I recently read one state government has set up a Department of Future, and such departments have existed in some of the Western countries for many years. I think that is the way to go. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Rajiv. I think Department of Future has always existed with us in the form of Department of Astrology. And anyway, we very, very pertinent words. At the core of all this, I think, is an issue. It is sharing of power. Power is something which at times is more sacred than our wife also. And at various levels of life, we are a little loath to shed power. You mentioned district administration. Yes, it was embodiment of power. Local self-government meant accountability on the ground. Therefore, people to see what is happening. Now, that accountability, I think, has to improve drastically. And I find that in this battle, I feel the race will be really between AI, if the time is to come, where AI can replace the system of governance or even the system of justice at times for quick and impartial settlement of issues. We have been extremely poor in settlement of disputes and some complications which may arise out of it. Now, whether AI can be manipulated or corrupted in its delivery is something which will have to be as clear as a chemical separation of a compound. You mentioned about some issues which we, I think, as senior bureaucrats, have to realize. When you talked of local self-government, that is the ladder in any developed country of ascent of a public person. And that, I think, has to be the ladder of governance also. Because that is where you understand the root problems. But does this administrative structure that we have inherited, which we have built, cemented, built upon, will it face the challenge of AI or not? Is something that is bothering me at times. And maybe the Niti Aayog can do a small experiment in some areas, experimental areas, and see, can we replace man with machine? But then the other problem is, what will man do? If everything is going to be replaced by a machine, what is left for him to do? I'm sure people like Amitabh Kant, who've been innovators par excellence, they probably have an answer. And having been one of the first occupants of a reformed Niti Aayog, maybe that is the think tank of the government and the brains of the government, so to say. That's why both of you are called here. I have, of course, shed everything that I have. It's all evaporated. I look to you people for... Amitabh, please.
Mr. Razdan, who's been a very distinguished senior of mine for a very long time. Mr. Rajiv Gauba, been one of our most dynamic cabinet secretaries and now member of the Niti Aayog, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. The challenge for India, as far as Viksit Bharat is concerned, is to really grow from about a $4 trillion economy to a $30+ trillion economy between now and 2047. This means that India's GDP has to grow about 9x, its per capita income has to grow 8x, its manufacturing has to grow 16x. This is the challenge for India. Now, very few countries in the world have been able to do this accelerated pace of development post-World War II. Japan did this, later Korea did this, and in recent time, China did a scorching pace of growth of about 10.2% over a 3-decade period. Almost all other countries got caught in the middle income trap, and today about 108 countries are caught in the middle income trap. So, this pace of growth really means that India needs to grow at rates of about 9 to 10% per annum, year after year, for 3 decades or more, to be able to lift a very vast segment of its population and to enhance the per capita income from about 2,700 to close to about 15,000 plus. That is the challenge for India. Now, to my mind, this is doable. This is very much doable. This is doable because if you look back a decade, just a decade back, India was amongst the fragile 5. From being in the fragile 5, within a period of a decade, we've been able to move to be amongst the top 4 economies of the world. And this has been possible because we focused on very major structural reforms. We brought in the goods and services tax, replacing 28 taxes, 18 cesses. We brought in insolvency and bankruptcy code, which brought in credit discipline. We brought in RERA. We brought in lowered our corporate taxes. We brought in massive ease of doing business, scrapped rules, regulation, procedures, brought in the Jan Vishwas bill, many other things which Mr. Gauba has talked about, so I'm not going to dwell about. So we've carried the country has demonstrated its political and administrative will to carry out huge structural reforms in the economy. Number 2, the country demonstrated its great ability to technologically leapfrog. We are the only country where 1.4 billion people have a digital identity, and today we do almost 50% of the real-time fast payments in the world. China is second with just 20%. We are doing about close to $600 billion worth of transaction per month on mobiles. Nobody else does that. Then a number of young startups, Mobicwick, Pine Lab, use the payment history to provide credit to the people. A number of young startups like Zerodha Grow Up Stock took the stock market to tier 2, tier 3 cities, rural areas, and a number of young startups like GoDigit, Acco took insurance to rural areas. So India demonstrated that from identity to credit to fast payments to wealth creation to insurance could all be done on the mobile, on the go. And what India has demonstrated is that, as the Bank of International Settlement said, that India did in 7 years what it would have taken India 50 years to achieve. That is the technological leapfrogging India did. 7 years what it would have taken 50 years to achieve. And the cost of acquisition of a customer in India, according to World Bank, fell from $30 to 15 cents. From $30 to 15 cents. During the COVID period, we were able to put money into the bank account of the beneficiaries, 800 million people. In America, 18% of the checks came back. We did 2.2 billion COVID vaccination, all paperless, cashless. All over the world it was on paper. So India has demonstrated its great ability to technologically leapfrog. And third is that in the last 8 to 9 years we've built massive amount of infrastructure. We built 40 million houses and we are building another 30 million houses. That's like making a complete Australia within India. We built 120 million toilets. We've built 253 million piped water connection. We've done about 77,000 kilometers of roads. So India has demonstrated that it has the ability to build infrastructure, size and scale, which is more than many other countries of the world. The size and scale of infrastructure creation has been enormous in India in the last 7-8 years. And the last point is that we have gone green in a very big way. Today we have done 30 gigawatt of non-fossil energy, out of which about 100 gigawatt of solar energy. We were able to bring down the cost of solar energy from close to 24 rupees to less than 2 rupees. And we could provide our women, 130 million women, with LPG gas connection when they used to burn firewood. And what we've demonstrated is that net zero is net positive for us, and that it is possible for India to actually use in many, many ways, be the first country in the world to urbanize and industrialize through a process of decarbonization. Now, so India has demonstrated that it could move from fragile 5 to top 5 within a period of a decade. And therefore, I personally feel that it will be possible for India to move from being a $4 trillion to a $30+ trillion economy, but it needs sustained structural reform, it needs sustained institutional reforms, it needs a massive push on a minute-to-minute basis. And I'm saying this because when Japan, Korea, China were all growing in the post-World War II period, the global value chains were growing and expanding. There was no challenge to globalization. There was a relative period of stability post-World War II. Today, globalization is under threat. You have a war in the heart of Europe for 3.5 years going on. You have a war in the Middle East. A major war in the Middle East. You have a threat, China openly saying that we'll annex Taiwan even by the use of force. So the relative period of stability, the global institutions have fallen apart, and there is a relative period of instability. That's the number one global challenge. Number two is that global value chains have broken down. When these countries were growing, global trade was growing and expanding. Global trade has slowed down. And the third is, to my mind, that new forces of production and productivity like AI, quantum computing, robotics have emerged, which have the potential to transform lives of citizens in a very big way, and they have the ability to enhance learning outcomes, health outcomes, nutritional standards, but the basic assumptions on which they are based need some kind of a global consensus, because they also have the potential to trigger conflict among societies. So these are the global challenges. Now India has its own domestic challenges to be confronted with, some of which Mr. Rajiv Gauba talked about at length. But first and foremost to my mind is that India is growing, and it grew last year at 8.2%. This year it will grow at close to 7%. India grows at those high rates with just 50% of its population. 46% of its population today is wage earners in the agriculture sector, and about close to 7-8% people live in government wages. So Government of India's attempt is that these other 50% become very active participants in Indian economy rather than being passive players. And all these new schemes, Mudra scheme, etc., all of them are aimed to make them entrepreneurs and make them very active participants in Indian economy. And therefore, all the government schemes are driven towards making the other 50% become a very key agent of growth and active driver of Indian economy. That's number one. Number two, India will see massive urbanization in the coming years. We are going to see 500 million people getting into the process of urbanization. And therefore, the challenge for India will be to create 2.5, 3 Americas in the next 5 decades. How we do it in a sustainable manner, how do we recycle our water, our waste, how do we create compact, dense urbanization on the back of public transportation will be a very key challenge for us. The third challenge, of course, will be that our manufacturing is just about 16% of GDP. We have to take it to 25% because good quality jobs need to be driven by manufacturing. And with large-scale manufacturing, then you need to do exports, you need to penetrate global markets. All the countries which grew post-World War II grew on the back of exports. And Indian economy has not grown on the back of exports. So you need to drive manufacturing, you need to drive exports. And this would require a lot of deregulation, as Mr. Gauba talked about. This needs a mindset change in favor of free enterprise, of allowing free enterprise to grow and prosper in India, and government keeping its hands off. And therefore, a lot of deregulation that has been done in central government now needs to be driven by the state government. That is really the key challenge for India. And the last point is that huge amount of improvement in human development index in terms of learning outcomes, health outcomes, nutritional standards. Because no country can grow on a sustained basis for 3 decades plus without improvement in physical quality of life index. That's my belief. And therefore, human development index and improving learning outcomes is very, very critical for India. These are the key challenges. But overall, if you look at it, it's important that if India is to become a $30+ trillion economy, then you need 12 states of India to grow at 10% plus. You need 12 states of India, and the southern part of India and the western part of India has already grown and is already growing. So Tamil Nadu, Karnataka, Andhra, Gujarat, Maharashtra are already growing. You need the eastern part of India to grow at those rates. And there you need good governance, you need good administration, you need good political will to drive Bihar, Jharkhand, Chhattisgarh, UP started already happening, but these are the states where 80 to 85% of your population is dependent on agriculture. You need to transform that and make them grow. So you need 12 states of India to grow at 10% plus. And you need large companies because India can only be able to manufacture and exports. When you create large companies, then you have MSMEs who will then have a backward-forward linkage. Much like Maruti, you created Tier 2, Tier 3, Tier 4 companies which supported Maruti. So you need 10,000 large companies to grow in India to be able to become a $30+ trillion economy. Those are the critical challenges. 12 states to grow, 10,000 large companies to happen in India to be able to grow at this rate, scorching pace of 9 to 10% over a 3-decade period. Having said all this, the global challenges, the domestic challenges, I'm a great believer in India, and I'm a great believer that this is not merely India's decade, but India's century. It is India's century because in India, the demographics are in our favor. The average age of the population is 29. Even when we become 100, we'll be 35. Europe is aging, America is aged, China is aging, India is very young. And rarely has a country not created wealth when it is young. Secondly, we are the only country today which is actually doing about close to 8 airports and about 3 in cities, 3 metros every year. We are the only country which is doing about 30 kilometers of roads and about 12 kilometers of railway line every day. And we are the only country which has increased its solar energy almost 12x in the last 7 years. So what we've demonstrated is our great ability to deliver on ground. We need to back it up with what Mr. Gauba said, with institutional governance reforms in a very big way, and have the optimism, have the faith that we will be a country which will lead the rest of the world and become a transformational agent of change in the coming years. And therefore, I'm a great believer that India will achieve and transform its economy in a very big way, and therefore transform the lives of citizens. And when we transform the lives of our citizens, we are not merely transforming the lives of our citizens, but we are transforming lives with innovation, the lives of the next 4 to 4.5 billion people of the world who will be moving from poverty to middle class, because many of our models will then get emulated in the emerging markets of the world. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you, Amitabh. I always believe that Incredible India was a phrase coined by you, but I think your Incredible Amitabh is a better phrase. Anyways, thank you very much. There's 2-3 observations. You see, expenditure on, you see, why did these countries like China, Korea, Germany, Israel, which Rajiv mentioned, why did they forge ahead? I think almost a decade back, one of our economic surveys had brought out a very interesting statistic, which I am trying to recollect. And that is the reason. The reason lies in what was your percentage GDP expenditure on R&D. That is where we fell far below what was the required norm for acceleration. See, we just had this very unfortunate air tragedy. Now, what did the pilot shout? No thrust. Now, R&D is the one which gives you thrust in any society. Not only research, development, but the other D, deployment. Now, unless we achieve that figure, which is close to 10% of our GDP, I do not think we are going to achieve that goal, because we've got to overtake people like China, like US, like so many other countries which may be spending much more. The other is, you see, China is always talked about. In the year 1997, I happened to go to China for a power event from state. My wife accompanied me, and she was free, she was floating around. So she interacted with a lot of young people who were the ushers and facilitators at the event. They quizzed her on what is your religion. They found out she's a Brahmin. What is your Varna, they asked her. She was very confused that how do these people know what is Varna. She asked them, okay, you asked me all these things, but what is your religion? The youth almost replied unanimously, our religion is work. Now, till we adopt that as a religion, I don't think we're going to get very far. Amitabh Kant is a very busy man, unlike me. Now, you've got a personal thing also, I'm told. He has a lot of friends. Maybe 2 quick questions each to Rajiv and Amitabh. Because please give the mic there quickly, sir.
I'm AP saying, we have to ask Gauba. This new age technology, all this emerging technology, AI and all that has been talked about, making individuals very, very strong. That sovereignty of individuals I'm talking about. The moment individual starts growing, he starts looking at governance in a different way. Is technology disrupting the governance in that sense?
I mean, the opportunities and challenges of AI, both we are yet to fully understand. I think things are changing at a very rapid pace. I don't think AI is causing any disruption in governance. I think AI has to be looked at as a powerful new aid or a tool. I don't think that it will replace man or human being. It may replace some jobs, but then new jobs will, in some other areas, will get created. That is my belief. I think we were faced with a similar dilemma when computers were, being adopted in a big way in government's work, in banks' works, etc., that people are going to lose jobs. That didn't happen. With AI also, I think something similar will happen. So we can't wish it away. You see, it's there, and we have to see how we can make the best use of AI to improve productivity in government and in businesses. In government also, there are individuals, officers who are using AI. That doesn't mean that you become, you get whatever AI tool gives you. You have to apply your own judgment also. So I think it's too early to say, that how things will change in government or in individuals' lives because of AI.
I think it's a very pertinent point, but I feel that AI, there'll have to be a very close watch and audit on the sanctity of AI, so that, it is not interfered with and not manipulated. Anyway, Amitabh has got another appointment. If there's a question for him, quickly, please.
Sir.
Shoot.
Sir, you brought up about the fact that exports is what will help us in the growth. Sir. All great nations have a great commodity to export. It could be the iPhone, it could be the oil, it could be the tourism. What, in your opinion, is one thing or the sector on which India should really focus upon for the kind of thing which is happening globally to actually tread upon this path of growth and greatness?
So I'm a great believer in, one sector which is totally tariff proof and Trump tariff proof is the travel and tourism sector. So India should really promote, market very aggressively. It's a country with very rich civilizational resources, very unique heritage resources. It has the strength to be the finest tourism destination in the world. It should utilize this opportunity. That's a foreign exchange earner, the biggest foreign, it can emerge as your biggest foreign exchange earner right now. India hasn't, a Prime Minister has repeatedly spoken about it, but India needs to very aggressively market and promote it and provide a very seamless experience on ground.
So is it being done, sir, holistically, in the sense, as a whole of the government approach? We had the Festival of India earlier, sir. Are the books being written about the heritage? Are the things being engaged through embassies? Are we giving the incentives of the travel? Are we giving it as a program through the Niti Aayog or things which can be pushed forward, sir?
So, tourism is essentially a state subject. It's very important to realize that everything can't be done by Government of India. And therefore, much like Rajasthan or Kerala have created their brand entities and have pushed this, you need every state of India to promote and market its brand and create a unique experience from the point of arrival to the point of departure. But this can be the greatest asset for all the state governments.
So can I just say one thing, that may I first compliment all of you for having fantastic inputs that you've given all of us. Thank you very much. The only worry that keeps me going is the quality and increasing our technology readiness levels. These are two areas with everything else that you said is the place where we seem to be getting stuck up. I mean, I'd love to hear something on that. Thank you.
No, so it's a very important point. So once you are a $4 trillion economy, everything that you should do has to be world class. Never compromise on quality, never do anything second class. And the second point I want to make is that, India is one country which is now driving the AI mission. And it's driven in a number of, you've already given out 4 foundational layer models. I don't want to get into it, but Savam, Stroke AI, Gnan AI, and Ganes AI, 4 foundational model layers, and we are providing computing power to our students and researchers at almost half the cost at what is available in the western part of the world. So the race is never, today, right now, it's almost appears that the race has been won already. The race has just started. What DeepSeek demonstrated is the great ability to do good software with limited computing power. And what you will see, the first laptop was invented by Adam Osborne, but he didn't make money out of it. The money was made by Apple. Internet was started by Alta Vista, but Google made money out of it. So the race has just started. How we do our foundational layers and how we create LLMs and how we use them to transform lives of our citizens through education, health, and nutrition will be the key factor. And I'm very optimistic because the adoption rate of AI is very high in India. And almost we have 520,000 professionals of AI. No other country has, and that's why you have all the global capability centers today in India. So AI mission, the quantum computing mission, the semiconductor mission, the green hydrogen mission, all these will be the key drivers of India's transition in the coming years.
Thank you. I think I've got to thank my 2 senior colleagues for an extremely informative session. I will just conclude with one remark that we're living in a very rogue world. And again, the example of our next neighbor. They care a damn about patents. You could get a Rolex in China for $5. They can copy any brand anywhere. The challenge will be, how does a developer protect his identity and also his trademark and his rights? It's going to be a free world with AI. We've got to learn how to be able to control the environment, a different ball game of administrative governance altogether. Thank you very much. I'm really indebted to both of you for having spared your valuable time.
Thank you very much, sir. Very kind of you. I'll now request Chartered Accountant Neeru Abral ma'am, who had been a former CMD of the National Fertilizer, to come and please give our mementos. And as it is being given,
thank you.
I'm going in the sequence.
No problem. Best to have gone by alphabetical,
we'll request for a joint photograph, sir. Ma'am, center में आ जाइए. Sir, आगे. एक ही बात.
Thank you. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much, sir. And Amitabh, sir, I can assure you with your top energy, vibrating voice and spirit, sir, I feel elevated. Oh, very nice, sir.
Okay, yes, sure. My pleasure. Oh, thank you so much.
Come.
From Amrit Kal to Green Kal, our next session delves on sustainability for Viksit Bharat at 2047. This session specially focuses on the environmental commitments and how sustainable development, sustainable goals can be paired up with economic development, from decarbonization strategies to circle economic models to building climate resilient infrastructure. This session will delve on all the parameters important to achieve not only sustainable development goals, but along with the economic development path as well. I now request Colonel Shailendra Singh to kindly introduce our panel.
Jai Hind, Namaskar. We will have the session chair as Lieutenant General Arun Sahni sir, Param Vishisht Seva Medal, Sena Medal, Vishisht Seva Medal, Uttam Yuddha Seva Medal. And the key speakers for the evening are the Honorable Ambassador of Iceland, Benedict Hoskundsson, and another Ambassador of Denmark, Honorable Ramsul Abildgaard Christensen. Sorry, I hope I'm right in pronunciation, not very bad.
No worries.
It's a little difficult one. And of course, we have Rajni Ranjan Rashmi sir, who's an IAS officer, distinguished fellow of the Green Shipping, Terry, and former Special Secretary MOEFCC. I hand over to General Sahni sir to please go ahead.
Oh, thank you.
It still is 5 minutes to, so good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Delighted to be here to chair this session. Firstly, I must say, the first question I always get when I come and chair a session, something which looks at sustainability and climate change, what is a soldier doing out, sitting in a session like this? So I must tell you, one of the greatest things that we learned as an army man, and I can see a lot of friends and colleagues from the uniform here, is wo kehte hain na, when you're in the hills, wo kehte hain na, in the land of Gama or a Lama, don't be a Gama. So we all learn to live and survive with the nature and be in a harmonious blend with them to survive and live in wherever we've been serving. So I think that's one of the reasons. And I, of course, look after what we have called the Indian Association of the Club of Rome, which actually set up the premier thing called the Limits to Growth, which became the forerunner for MDGs, SDGs, and then, of course, what we have today, the complete sustainability spectrum that has come out of it. So I do look after that post-retirement. So for the last 6-7 years, I've been involved in that area. So it's more of a passion to give back what you couldn't safeguard when you were in service, but you can now try and give back to the society as it goes ahead. Delighted to chair a panel which has two very eminent ambassadors and a very, very senior colleague who I've seen functioned in the difficult areas of Manipur as well very recently. So it's good to see all of you out here. As you're aware, if we are threatened with 80% of our population impacted by the threats of global and climate change that is impacting us, Iceland, I think, has got challenges which are much more surmounting. When I look at Denmark, I think when you look at wind power and the kind of non-fossil fuel energy transition that that country has done, I think it's absolutely remarkable. I think they've really been the leaders. If we want to learn of how to go from the current Amrit Kal to Green Kal, I think the example of how to get into renewables, non-fossil fuel kind of development, I think Denmark has been absolutely the leader in that. How do I start? I think the last few years, I think we couldn't have had a better panel just before this. When Amitabh Kant speaks, I think he's the most optimistic, most dynamic leader who can convince anybody about how India is growing and is growing at a rapid pace. So even if you're a non-believer, after you finish listening to him, I can assure you, you're going to start questioning your own thought processes after that. So I think the best part has been, he's actually set the stage, but I think the most critical change that has happened and which impacts India really from transiting into this area is the fact that India's current leadership has made the nation be aware and accept and realize the intrinsic strength and essence of our civilizational heritage that India has. And I think that reflects in everything that comes out as far as your transitional roadmaps that have come in now from in this era of golden era, as they say, Amrit Kal, to move into a green and a green Kal area. So I think our paths of development, which he spelled out, some of them very articulately, is the fact that has really led the country to do well. How do I talk about this? I think for climate change, there is no longer a threat that is going to happen in the future. It's something which is being experienced by all of us, unpredictability, extreme weather conditions. And I think the biggest challenge is, in this all this humdrum, how do you ensure a development of a nation at the pace that he wanted us, 16%, 25% growth, and do it without actually impacting the nature, which is actually going to otherwise become one of the stumbling blocks for you to grow up. I think that's where the challenge lies for all of us. I just want to flag a few issues. India is the third largest emitter of greenhouse gases globally, though its per capita emission is far below the global average. And to transit into green Kal, I think the environmental goal today for us is not only the transition, which is important. I think it's more of a moral and an economic necessity for India. And that's why I think it's very important for us to understand the nuances related to that. The transformation does require bold thinking, inclusive policies, and integrated actions across sectors. And I think while it does this, it has to meet the domestic sustainability targets and also play a leadership role when we are looking at the kind of benchmarks that we are setting up for the rest of the world, which is going to follow in the footsteps of development in the years to come in. I think, as was highlighted in the script today, the central to this vision is the three sub-independent themes of decarbonization strategies, circular economy models, and climate resilient infrastructure. Before I hand over, may I just flag 5 or 6 issues related to India's climate change goals. I think the goals have been ambitious and I think have been beautifully spelled out in that Panch Amrit plan that has been stated by the government. We are looking by 2030 to go into 500 gigawatts of non-fossil fuel, and as Mr. Kant highlighted to you, we've done about 150 gigawatts of installed capacity already to harness this. As far as the solar is concerned, the wind and the others are very, very minuscule, but are the areas where we are growing. 50% of energy will come from renewable resources by 2030. We are looking at separating economic growth from carbon emissions, and I think to cut projected carbon emissions by 1 billion tons by 2030. These are the 4 of those essential things. And the 5th issue is looking at net zero by 2070. India has done a lot. We have a national action plan on climate change. It has 8 missions, which looks at from solar to sustainable agri practices. So I think you've got the whole spectrum being looked at very holistically. But mitigation isn't just about setting goals, as has been said in that plan. It is also about ensuring that at the entry level, at the grassroots level, actions are taking place. And I think I'll just name a few. Green India Mission is there, the Namomi Ganga program is there, and in the G20, we of course had the Prime Minister talking about the life movement, which is actually changing your cultural and your household practices to be able to make living lifestyles for environment, making it harmonious and inclusive in the way you live and function in your day-to-day activity. The biggest challenge will remain in energy transition. We have the solar mission, the ISA, as you said, green hydrogen. You're looking at the capacity of offshore winds, which we don't have the pleasure and the, I would say, the geographical climatic conditions like what Denmark had to be able to harness wind energy. But there are certain areas where that is being looked at seriously. The storage systems are improving. And I think with all this action, we are also looking at changing the methodology of financing this transition that is happening. Industry and corporates, sectors which are the biggest emitters, cement, steel and agri, are already carrying out changes that are happening to ensure that they become less, I would say, less emitters and reduce and get towards a net zero game as the timelines have laid down. But more importantly, I think, are the changes that have happened at the regulatory framework to try and get green financing in. And as you're aware, we have green bonds. The sovereign green bonds came out in 2023, and we've also got green deposits. The RBI has laid down restrictions and regulatory frameworks of how you can utilize this. So I think there's a lot that is happening. We'll hear more about it from the three speakers. As I said, we will try and restrict all of us in about 10 to 12 minutes so that we can get about a few questions to be able to get cross-domain capabilities and understand each other's requirements and be able to answer questions that come up. Thank you very much. With that, may I request the ambassador from Denmark to start the proceedings? Are you going to? ABF, excellent. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for the kind introduction, and good morning, everyone, ladies and gentlemen. It's a pleasure to be here today to also discuss the very important topic of climate and decarbonization and what role that can play in the Viksit Bharat vision for India. I think what I will do today, the Lieutenant General was kind enough to mention Denmark also in relation to our development of wind power and so forth. So I will actually focus a little bit on energy and what role energy can and should play in our decarbonization strategies, both in India but also in Denmark. Needless to say, energy is the main driver of CO2 emissions. So one of the key tasks we have in front of us is to decarbonize the energy system. This is a challenge that is completely shared between India and Denmark and any other country on the planet. And needless to say, renewables play a very important role in that decarbonization. India is in fact already, I think, a front runner when it comes to wind. That's often a little bit forgotten. I know my country gets to take a lot of credit for what we have done on wind, but India was also among the front runners 30 years ago when it comes to wind, and you still are. And perhaps even more impressive is what India has achieved when it comes to deployment of solar power within a very short period of time. I think you have now over 100 gigawatts of solar deployed. So that is indeed very impressive. In Denmark today, if you look at our power system, more than 70% of it comes from wind and solar, and it is increasing rapidly. So we have certainly achieved a relatively high penetration of renewables in our power system. But there are also some significant challenges going forward. And this is the case I find both here in India and also in Denmark, and something we need to look at. So the first challenge, and I'll come back to it in a little more detail, is that we are facing rapidly growing electricity demand. Again, this is the case both in Denmark and in India. And that, of course, leads to a second challenge, and how do we actually meet that demand? And then finally, there is an important question on how to balance supply and demand in a future energy system that is based on renewables. But if you first discuss the issue of growing electricity demand, then, needless to say, for a country like India, economic growth will increase the demand for energy. That goes without saying. But at the same time, we need to electrify our energy demand, especially in transport and industry. Why do we need that? Well, when we electrify, we are able to use green energy. So it's a very efficient way to decarbonize our energy demand. Electrification is also good because an electric engine is actually a lot more efficient than a combustion engine. It's sometimes a little bit overlooked aspect of electrification. We seem to think it's just a question of we can switch to renewables and therefore we need to electrify. But electrification is also good in itself because it is inherently energy efficiency. So that's an important part of it too. But the downside or the flip side of all this is, of course, that our electricity demand is gonna, increase dramatically in the years to come. I saw some figures the other day from the Ministry of Power expecting India's electricity demand to surpass 400 gigawatt by 2030, and that's already exceeding previous forecasts. Even I think that's probably underestimated, and actually it's the same picture we see in Denmark. I think the electricity demand, if you just look 10, 15, 20 years ahead, will be much higher, and there are 3 reasons for that. The first has to do with the investments that both, and the bet, if you like, that both Denmark, India and other countries are placing on hydrogen and other synthetic fuels. This will be very important for decarbonizing some of our hard-to-abate sectors, like high-process temperature industries or shipping that maybe Raji here will talk about later. So it's something we have to do, but the electrolyzers needed to produce at least clean hydrogen will consume an enormous amount of electricity. In Denmark, we expect that alone to not just double, but 5-double our electricity consumption before 2050. 5 times will our electricity consumption grow just because of electrolyzers and our plans for producing hydrogen. So that's the first thing. The second thing, which is also maybe a little bit overlooked, and I think the last panel touched briefly upon it when we talked about in artificial intelligence, data processing and tech, is data centers. They are also a vast consumer of electricity. In Denmark, 10% of our electricity consumption today goes into data centers. We have 55 of them, very big, from all the likes of Google, Facebook, Apple, etc. But there are more being built, and as we get more and more reliant on data processing and artificial intelligence, they need to become bigger, and there has to be more of them. So in Denmark, the expectation is that by 2030, it will constitute 33% of our electricity demand, just into data centers. In India, I think they consume about 1% of your electricity consumption today. That's also gonna, grow exponentially going forward. So that's the second source. The third source, and here that's a little different from Denmark and India, because you're a hot country, we're a cold country. But cooling, at least when it comes to India, will be another driver of electricity consumption. In India, I think today it already AC and aircon consumes about 10% of your electricity consumption. By 2030, it will be 33% and almost 140 gigawatts. In Denmark, it's more the heating side of it and heat pumps, but they will also consume a vast amount of electricity. So, because of hydrogen, because of data centers, because of the need for cooling, on top of the more general electrification of society, we're going to see a surge in electricity demand going forward. And that raises the question, how do we meet that demand? I can assure you it's going to be a very difficult task. I saw some stats the other day just from India looking at data centers. It could eat up all the new renewables we deploy, just going into data centers, and then we haven't done anything else. And we will still be reliant not just on coal, but actually probably build more coal-fired power plants. So that's of course not a way to go. So we need to upscale renewables even more, really double down on it. And then, and this will be my sort of main point today, we probably also need to look at the demand side. I think has been a little bit overlooked in the debate. We often talk about renewables, and again, Denmark as a possible front runner on wind, but there's going to be limits to how much renewables we can deploy. So we also need to look at the demand side. Can we reduce demand? Can we make it more flexible and more efficient? If you look at according to the International Energy Agency, energy efficiency could and should actually take us a third of the way to net zero. So we also need to double down on that. So if you just look at the 3 drivers I mentioned before, it's super important that when we start investing in hydrogen, that we make that as efficient as possible. Even small things will make a huge difference there. Same goes for data centers. They have to use the most modern forms of cooling, otherwise they're going to consume too much power. And the same of course goes for air conditioning. And I know India is already investing a lot in that, but this is really an area to look at, make sure you have the best technology, because otherwise the electricity consumption just from these 3 sources alone will blow our mind. The good news is that the technology is there, both in Denmark and India, so it's more a question of really putting an emphasis on it and perhaps creating the right incentive structures. And then we shouldn't forget all the low-hanging fruits for reducing demand, both in industry and the residential housing. I think my time is already up, but I'll just make two very brief points towards the end. The final one has to do with how we balance supply and demand, because that's also going to become an increasing problem. I think we see it now in Denmark already, because we have so much wind and solar in the grid, and of course there are times when the wind is not blowing, and of course at night there is no sun. So what do you do? I think in India here, it's the peak load is especially felt during the hot season here in May and June, where when people come home, switch on their air cons, it really stresses the power grid, and we see the same challenge in Denmark. Of course, there's a lot of talk about base load and storage, and that will indeed be a big part of the solution, but we probably also need to talk more about flexibility and demand response, which means that you need to switch off consumers of electricity during those peak hours and doing it in an intelligent way using digital means. That means, for example, you probably shouldn't charge your electric vehicle between 6 and 9 in the evening when everybody else comes home, starts cooking, switching on the aircon. That has to happen at night. But you can also accumulate much larger pools of flexibility from industry, cooling houses, what do I know, and that has to play a big part of it too. In Europe, we are working a lot on flexibility markets at the moment, so you commercialize it. People can make money on having flexibility at their disposal and put it to the use of the utilities. Finally, very briefly, Denmark and India, we have a green strategic partnership, and we've had it for a number of years now, and we are working together on addressing some of the challenges that I just mentioned. Importantly, upscaling renewables. We work on offshore wind here in India. The potential is quite good in some places. We also work on long-term planning and integration, so that's some of the issues that I just discussed. One thing is how the situation is today, but what does it look like in 10 years and 20 years? We need to plan for that. And then finally, of course, we also work on energy efficiency, on hydrogen and other things. Again, the good news, technology is there, but we need to cooperate on adapting it to different contexts and not least create the right regulation and incentive structures to really upscale it. And not just upscale it, we need to upscale it fast. So with those words, thank you very much for your attention, and looking forward to the discussion. Thank you.
Ambassador, thank you very much. I think you did the right thing by actually flagging that how is the surge in electricity going to be compensated for, or how are you going to look at it? And I think the correct thing is also look at the demand side, and I think that's what life was as far as water consumption in India was. I think today we need to get over our cultural practices, and I think that's where certain processes and procedures will have to be modified, and I think digitization and technology is going to help us. I mean, that's happening already in the SCADAs that were set up recently, or the new ones that have been modified. You do have the capacity to be automatically shift loads based on where the rural oblique urban centers are or the workspaces are. So I think that's happening, but I mean a lot more needs to be done. Thank you very much, sir, for your viewpoint and sharing your ideas. Lovely to have you here, and we'll wait for the question answers. May I now request the Ambassador Benedict from Iceland to please share his views. But I have to tell you, sir, that a visit to Iceland is still on my bucket list.
Okay, I'll try to facilitate. So, distinguished delegates, colleagues, friends, thank you for the opportunity to be here. The first thing I want to say is I want to reiterate what my colleague Rasmus, Ambassador of Denmark, said. The road to Viksit Bharat 2037 is through energy. Energy is going to be the key. It is the key to this. Coming from Iceland, I want to share with you our story, which is in some ways a little bit remarkable. 78 years ago, Iceland was one of Europe's poorest countries, dependent on imported fossil fuels for survival. Our harsh winters meant we burned whatever we could find just to stay warm. Today, and I want you to imagine this transformation, Iceland runs on 100% renewable energy and has become a global laboratory for clean energy innovation. Now, and as we gather here today to envision India's journey to 2047, I stand before you with a simple yet profound message. India's transformation to green superpower can accelerate what took us decades, but could take you years to do. As Prime Minister Modi has articulated, we are in the Amrit Kal, the golden period leading to India's centenary. Today, I propose that this Amrit Kal must also become India's green Kal, an era where sustainability becomes the foundation of your prosperity. Let me take you through our journey, which is quite remarkable. In the 1970s, Iceland was 70% dependent on fossil fuels. We were importing oil and coal to power our small island nation. The 1973 oil crisis hit us particularly hard, consuming nearly 40%, think about it, 40% of our foreign earnings, just to meet our energy demands. Fast forward to 2025, and Iceland generates nearly 100% renewable electricity, 85% from that from hydroelectric, and 15% from geothermal energy. Here's what might surprise you. We now have the world's highest per capita electricity consumption, approximately 55,000 kilowatt hours per person per year, compared to the EU's averaging of less than 6,000. Yet our electricity has virtually zero carbon emissions. To put this in perspective, while we consume nearly 10 times more electricity per capita than most European nations, we produce it entirely from renewable sources. So it bears the question, how did we do this? The answer lies in 4 critical success factors that hold profound lessons for India's 2047 vision. First, we maintained long-term political consensus across party lines. Energy transition wasn't a political football. It was a national mission that transcended electrical cycles. Second, we strategically leveraged our abundant natural resources through systematic mapping and phased development, not just using what we found to be scientifically planning, but optimal. Third, we innovated under harsh conditions. Our extreme climate forced us to develop technologies that work in the most challenging environments, technologies now exported to over 40 countries worldwide. The fourth, we built robust public-private partnerships that aligned government vision with market efficiency. Now, how does this lesson scale to a nation of 1.4 billion people? Let me share with you 3 critical insights. Iceland maximized our limited geothermal and hydro resources through scientific mapping and phased development. India's renewable potential is staggering. 748 gigawatts of solar capacity and 695 gigawatts of wind capacity, as assessed by your national institutions. To put this in perspective, that's nearly 3 times more potential than the entire world's current renewable capacity is combined. This isn't just enough to power India's future needs, it represents a transformational opportunity to become basically Asia's clean energy hub, potentially exporting green power to neighboring countries and establishing India as a renewable energy superpower of the 21st century. The key is strategic resource mapping and phased development, exactly as we did in Iceland, combined with decentralized generational models, agrivoltaics in rural areas, rooftop solar in cities, floating solar on water bodies. India can achieve energy security for both urban and the most remote rural villages. So here, where Iceland's model becomes particularly relevant. We built our aluminum smelting industry around cheap, abundant, renewable energy. Today, our aluminum is among the cleanest in the world because it's produced with virtually 0 carbon emissions. India has unprecedented opportunity to revolutionize heavy industry. Imagine Indian steel, cement, and chemical produced entirely with clean energy. Your green hydrogen production could supply not just domestic needs, but export green ammonia and hydrogen to Europe and Asia, creating an entirely new export economy. But what we're really talking about here isn't just an energy transformation, it is a new industrial revolution. Just as the first industrial revolution was powered by coal and steam, and the second by electricity and assembly lines, India has the chance to lead the third one, the clean industrial revolution. This means reimagining manufacturing from the ground up, where carbon intensity becomes a competitive disadvantage and clean production becomes the global gold standard. Now, Iceland didn't just use geothermal energy, we became world leaders in geothermal research and technology exports. Our companies now operate across 6 continents, from Kenya to Indonesia, from Turkey to Chile, demonstrating that Icelandic innovation can adapt to diverse geological and climate conditions worldwide. India's potential in solar technology, battery storage, and smart grids is limitless. Through university-industry collaboration models, you can create technology that serves not just domestic needs, but becomes India's gift, basically, to the world, through technology, diplomacy, through clean energy exports. Your solar capacity alone has grown from less than 1 gigawatt in 2014 to over 70 gigawatts in 2024, a 70-time-fold increase, representing one of the fastest capacity additions in global renewable energy history. This momentum, combined with systematic innovation, can make India the global leader in renewable energy technology. This brings me to the exciting potential of our partnership. We already have a strong foundation, existing MOUs in the renewable energy sector, technology transfer agreements in geothermal energy, and active joint research initiatives. And last year, Iceland, as a member of the European Free Trade Association, signed a free trade agreement with India. So the opportunities are there. Our current collaboration is already showing results. ONGC has resumed drilling at the Puga Valley geothermal project in Ladakh with technical assistance from Icelandic experts. Oil India is conducting geothermal research in Himachal Pradesh with Icelandic support. An Icelandic company, Geotropy, has successfully inaugurated a geothermal-powered fruit drying facility in the Kinnaur apple region. But let me propose a transformative 2047 partnership framework built on 4 pillars. Technology exchange. Iceland's geothermal expertise combined with India's solar and wind innovations can create hybrid solutions neither of us could achieve alone. Geothermal solar systems optimized for tropical conditions. Arctic tropical climate research. Understanding how energy systems perform across the planet's most extreme environments, from Iceland's Arctic conditions to India's tropical diversity. This research could develop technologies applicable globally. Green finance models. Iceland's recent entry into the sustainable finance demonstrates growing need and momentum. In 2024, we successfully issued our first ever green bond, 750 million euro offerings that was oversubscribed 9 times, showing massive investor appetite for sustainable investments. Our experience can provide practical lessons for India's expanding green finance market. Skilled workforce. Job training programs are for renewable energy technicians, creating skilled workforce ready for green economy of 2047. The mutual benefits are clear. Iceland gains access to India's massive clean energy market and manufacturing capabilities, while India accelerates technology adaptation and reduces transition cost. Together we can provide joint leadership in global climate action. Let me leave you with this vision. By 2047, when India celebrates its centenary of independence, the partnership between land, the land of fire and ice, and India, which we might call the land of sun and wind, can power not just our nations, but light the path for the world's sustainable future. Picture this. Young engineers in Reykjavik collaborating with their counterparts in India on geothermal solar hybrid systems specifically designed for Indian conditions. Their enthusiasm reminds us that it isn't just about technology transfer, it's about shared dreams and collaborative innovation. The question before us today is not whether India can achieve 100% renewable energy by 2047. With your resources, your talent, and your determination, that achievement is inevitable. The real question is how quickly can we make it happen? In this green call, India's journey to becoming a sustainable superpower will inspire the world, and Iceland stands ready to support you. I thank you for this, and I look forward to speaking to you.
Thank you very much, sir. So thank you very much. I think the organizers must take down the points, because I think a lot of things which he said, it would have been good to have Amitabh Kant sitting here to listen to what he was. I think some path-breaking issues related to India, sir. Thank you very much for sharing. But I think two aspects really stand out. A systems approach to looking at your resource mapping and then and utilization. I think that has to come in as part of your DNA if a country like India needs to get into the real, as I say, be a player in the big bad world as it exists today. So I think we'll really have to look at that. And I think the second issue of collaboration, sir, I think you're absolutely right, whether it is the areas of security, whether it's the area of technology, innovation, I think this collaboration is something which will really be extremely important. Thank you very much for sharing all that, sir. Thank you. May I now request our former secretary, Mr. Ranjan, to please share his views. He's been at the helm in a lot of these initiatives that India has been part of. Thank you.
Thank you, General Sani. My two co-panelists in the session, Ambassador Haskulson and Ambassador Christensen. And
Sir, can I just interrupt, sir? I think the ambassador needs to leave for a meeting. Can you just honor him with the... Just for 20 minutes. No, he's got a meeting in the Ministry of Power. He has to meet, he has to leave. Sir, welcome. Thank you very much. He's got a... just take a picture outside there with him. Oh, he's got a meeting in the Ministry of Power, which is, I think, already got late. They had rescheduled it, so it's all right. So great. Thank you. Sorry for the interruption, sir.
No,
please.
Thank you once again. In fact, I missed the ambassador. I wanted to compliment him. We have just set up a center of excellence in collaboration with the government of Denmark.
Oh, fantastic,
in
sir. Oh,
and that's on green shipping. I happen to be also the
that's what he was talking about,
program
shipping,
director of green shipping in Terry. We work on shipping fuels, port infrastructure, how to make it green. I'll come to that a little later. First of all, thank you for giving me this opportunity to talk to you on a subject which is completely, it's not very well understood. And as General Sani was saying, what does it have to do with security? So climate change, or I would not define it purely in terms of climate change, but in terms of environmental sustainability. And that's the question which we are going to discuss today. So what is sustainability and why should it concern us? We have a vision, we have an ambition to become a developed country by 2047. But we also have a net zero goal now. Now, net zero goal, for those of you who do not know, net zero goal means that we have to bring down all our greenhouse gas emissions down to zero by 2070. It's a long time. We have still 5 decades to go there. But technological changes and the kind of efforts that we make, the pace is not always common. So we have to be conscious of what we can do in the long term to meet this long term goal. And some of you, some of the speakers earlier said this, that our energy consumption is growing. So what we, as we develop, as we grow, no country in the world has actually developed without additional and substantial energy consumption growth. In fact, in our own estimates, the energy consumption is going to grow by at least four times by the middle of this century, or maybe even before that. Convert that into emissions, how much emissions it will emit into atmosphere. The estimates made by the emission modeling team in TERI, they tell us that we are currently emitting about 2.5 billion tons of GHG into the atmosphere in India. The world is emitting actually 52 billion tons a year. I mean, this is a humongous figure. It's a startling figure. We are emitting, all the world is emitting about 52 billion tons of GHG every year into the atmosphere. But the atmospheric space is limited. If we really want to stabilize the climate or the temperature at 1.5 degree or 2 degree above the pre-industrial level, which is the goal under the Paris Agreement, the atmospheric carbon space is extremely limited. And you will be aghast if when I tell you the figure. The actual available carbon space for us to live within this 1.5 degree goal is just 550 gigatons of GHG emissions. But that's the estimate made by the scientists of IPCC. 550 gigatons. And if we are emitting at the rate of 52 billion tons a year, how many years do we have left? Just about 10 years before you overshoot the 1.5 degree goal. In fact, it's not very far away. We have already crossed 1.1 degree of temperature rise above the pre-industrial level. The Earth's mean surface temperature is just 14 to 15 degree, and it has been so in the last millions of years. You know, the life of the Earth is about 4 billion years, and the humans have lived here for about a few hundreds of millions of years. So for the entire millions of years, the temperature has been 14 to 15 degree. And in the last just 100 years or 150 years of industrial revolution, it has gone up by 1.1 degree now, as of now. So the balance left for us is just 0.4 degree before we overshoot the temperature goal. And we are bound to overshoot this. In fact, we will cross 2 degree also. The estimates are that by end of this century, it will be around 2.7 degree. Now, given this alarming situation and the limited atmospheric carbon space, which is just about 550, or if you can take a very liberal figure, it's about 1000 gigatons, we have to do something about decarbonization. That's what sustainability means in terms of climate change only. But if you look at the entire environmental dimension, then it is not just carbon. It is soil, it is air, it's natural resources of all kinds, the green cover, everything, the water, all the natural resources have to be taken into account. Today, India is consuming about 7 billion tons of natural resources. We are extracting from the earth in form of we are doing mining, we are doing emissions, all kinds of resources if you put together, whether it is metals or plastics or paper or wood or timber or soil or sand, anything, or stones. It's all about 7 billion tons. But at the rate at which we have to grow, we have to become a developed country by 2047, and we have to grow at a rate of 8 to 10%, as Mr. Amitabh Kant is saying. We need this to grow. And this will reach around 14 to 15 billion tons of natural resources by 2030. And if it grows very reasonably, it will be around 25 billion tons by the middle of the century. And similarly, the emissions, which are about 2.5 billion tons a year in India, it will become around 7 billion tons. The growth is not really comparable in terms of natural resources consumption. And there is a reason for that. The reason for that is that we are consuming energy much more efficiently now. This is a positive thing that we are doing in India. In fact, our climate goal, which is that of emissions intensity reduction of 45% compared with 2005 level, we have already achieved 32% of that. So our track record is very good. So as far as efficiency in energy consumption is concerned, our track record is extremely positive. In fact, we are amongst the G20 countries. We happen to be amongst the top 5 countries which are actually achieving the NDCs. The rest are actually lagging much, way behind in terms of their nationally determined contributions about climate goals. So we are doing far better as far as our commitments are concerned in terms of current levels of energy consumption and energy efficiency. But that is not the end of the story, because we have to grow. So we have to increase this energy consumption. So shall we be able to do this only by dint of energy efficiency? I think it's not possible, and we need to supplement this with much more alternative sources of energy. And renewable energy, of course, has been cited by previous speakers. Renewable energy, we have done again a fantastic work. That's again the second goal of our climate goal. We have done extremely well there. Against our target of 50% of total electricity generation in the capacity in the country from non-fossil fuel sources, we have already achieved 42%. Because we have set up around 210 gigawatt of capacity from renewable sources, all put together. Solar, wind, large, small hydro, nuclear, all put together. The International Energy Agency does not include large hydro in the definition, but we do, because we have to look at the clean sources of energy. So combining all this, we have achieved 42%. So that's a great achievement by any estimates, and very few countries in the world have actually done this in such a short period, in such a remarkable manner. So again, as Mr. Amitabh Kant was saying, this is a stupendous achievement that we have done, both in terms of energy efficiency, emissions intensity reduction, and electricity generation capacity from non-fossil fuel sources. But the story now begins to unfold here, because we need, if the energy consumption has to rise at this rate, we need alternative sources. And reason is not just the grid, the electricity in the grid. That itself has many other complications. My senior is present here, he knows much more about energy, Mr. Rajdan. But with apology to him, I would like to mention that we need to stabilize the grid also, apart from generating renewable energy. Renewable energy has to be fed into the grid, and the grid integration has its own logic. There are other issues. I mean, we have to stabilize, provide energy 24 hours. So we need energy system, storage systems, plus we need stability in the grid. So these are difficult questions. There are issues of technology and issues of finance involved there. How do we overcome those issues? That's a major issue, at least as far as renewable energy sector is concerned. So there will be other experts maybe who will talk to you on that aspect. But I'll take you to other area. Because even if we are able to make our electricity sector carbon free in the near future, given this pace of growth, we will not be able to bring down our total emissions at the scale at which it is desired to make it net zero, unless we address the hard to abate sectors. And which are the hard to abate sectors? Apart from electricity, of course, provides energy to a large number of sectors. But the other hard to abate sectors are steel, cement, petrochemicals, chemicals, pharmaceuticals, aluminium, so metallurgical industries. These are extremely heat intensive industries which account for almost 30% of the emissions in the energy system. So almost 30 to 35% of the total emissions come from the energy system, from the hard to abate sectors. And we have to address that. And we have no solution practically at this moment. Although hydrogen mission has been launched, we are doing very well there, but the hydrogen is still a number of years away. The green hydrogen, the cost at which it will be available to the industry is a number of years away. We have to put more efforts into the R&D, which I think General Sahni and others were talking about. So, and Rajdan Sahab was talking about. So, that's a different thing. Unless we put more efforts into the technological development of alternative fuels, we will not be able to address the emissions in the hard to abate sector. That is the fundamental challenge in decarbonization. Both, whether it is transport sector or whether it is steel sector or cement sector, efforts are being made. Let me tell you some of the efforts that are being made. You must have heard of something called CCTS. Now there is something called CCTS in the country, which I would partly attribute this to the Europeans who have imposed a carbon tax on us, CBAM, as it, with apology to the ambassador from Iceland. There is a carbon tax imposed by Europe on whole of the world, not just India, because the countries which do not follow their carbon standards will be hit by a tax. Now our industries are going to suffer from that kind of tax. So whether we like it or not, we are exporting industries. We export a lot of steel. We don't export cement, but we don't export electricity. But there are 6 sectors which are going to be hit by CBAM, Carbon Border Adjustment Measure, from Europe. So as a result, we know that we have to prepare our industry, but that will take a long time. So there are 2 things which have been done. One is that we have come up with something called a carbon credit trading system, which involves laying down emissions intensity targets for some of the key sectors. 8 sectors have been notified by the Bureau of Energy Efficiency, the Ministry of Power, only last about 2 weeks ago. So 8 sectors will be covered under the emissions intensity targets. So whether we like it or not, the decarbonization is on its way through a regulatory mode. Regulation is being imposed on our industries and to mandate them to comply with the carbon emission intensity standards, which rest of the world is trying to follow. We are not at the same level of growth. We are not at the same level of development. In terms of our responsibility towards global climate change, it's very low. We are only 4% of the global emissions. Still, we have to make contribution to the global efforts, and that's why the CCTS has now been brought in, where there will be a target for the industries to bring down their emissions over a period of time. What will it require? It will obviously require technology, newer technologies, and it will require mobilization of additional finance. So these are the 2 key issues which I think in our growth story, in our story to become a developed country and a story to become a decarbonized country or a net zero country by 2070, we will have to address these 2 fundamental issues. How to raise additional finance to meet these growing needs of the industries, to meet the additional emissions intensity targets, and number 2, how to come up with technological solutions in terms of alternative fuels. For example, in the hard to abate sectors, the shipping and aviation, for example, let me cite these 2 examples which also have security implications. In the aviation sector, we have to come up with sustainable aviation fuels. There is a scheme called CORSIA, under which there is already an emission target laid down for all the international civil aviation, for all the airlines. In fact, I happen to be a member of the tab in the CORSIA. Now, what CORSIA does is that it has placed an emissions limit to all the international airlines. They cannot exceed their emissions beyond 2019 levels. Now, if an airline cannot exceed emissions beyond 2019 level, what does it do? Then how does it compensate for the emissions? Because they're all growing airlines. In fact, our civil aviation sector is growing at a rate of 7 to 8%, amongst the fastest in the world at the moment. So their emissions are bound to grow. So they are required to come up with alternative fuels which will bring down their emissions, number 1, and that is sustainable aviation fuel. And number 2, they can offset. They can buy carbon credits from other sources and compensate in an accounting sense. But that's just offsetting. But currently the policies are focused on offsetting, but in the long term they will have to go for alternative fuels. Sustainable aviation fuel, and how do you generate sustainable aviation fuel for the aviation industry? Ethanol. And ethanol is produced from sugar. And the entire sugar industry is confident that they will be able to supply enough ethanol to the aviation industry to meet this CORSIA requirement and also to meet the 1% blending norm. 1% blending norm has just been announced for the aviation fuel to help them meet this target. Now, sustainable aviation fuel out of sugar, out of ethanol may be possible at the current level. But as the airlines grow, as the economy grows, I think we will need other sources to generate SAF, sustainable aviation fuel. And because food security cannot be compromised. Today, sugar industry is in a position to produce enough sugar, but sugar has its own natural life cycle problems. It is not a sustainable solution to produce biofuel. After all, it requires land, water, soil, all kinds of natural resources are required. So there is a sustainability cost there. So we will have to move away from sugar-based or ethanol-based biofuels to supply SAF to the aviation industry, and that will come from biomass in general. Biomass, that is second generation feedstock. So that is again another story. It requires technology. but the technology is not yet mature there. Let's come to the shipping side. General Sani, give me 2 minutes more.
Yeah, please, sir. We have time. They've given us a little more time.
Shipping side. Now, what is the story in shipping? Now, the shipping industry, we don't have a very large ocean-going shipping industry, but we do participate. I mean, we are a major source of major participant in the international trade. Now, IMO has recently come up with something called GFI. IMO has put a norm, emissions restriction norm for all the entire international shipping industry. It's called GFI. GFI means GHG fuel intensity. You know, the fuels that they use, it should not emit GHG beyond a certain limit. Now they have put a norm of reduction targets for the shipping industry to be followed till 2040. And we have to meet that norm now. Our Indian industry has to meet that norm. So obviously, the fuels that the shipping industry currently uses is very dirty fuel. It's very dirty, very carbon intensive fuel. So if it has to be changed, what are the alternatives available to us? The alternatives are either LNG or hydrogen or maybe methanol. My colleagues who are working on this in this field, they tell me that the order books given by the new orders given for the new engines, new ships given by Maersk and other major shipping lines is all for methanol. So methanol is going to dominate the entire shipping industry in a matter of 20 years or maybe 30 years now. But the ships take a lot of time to be manufactured. So it's not going to be so soon, but retrofitting obviously is not possible beyond a certain limit. We can blend only up to 10% maybe maximum with the current alternative fuels. But beyond 10%, the engines have to be changed. The ships have to be changed. The newer modern ships will be all based either on LNG. Currently, the orders are focused on LNG, but in future, the orders will be focused on methanol. But do we have a strategy to generate methanol in the country? I haven't heard anything. The finance minister made an announcement in the budget about 3 years ago that there was a pilot scheme being announced for generating methanol. Methanol requires carbon dioxide and hydrogen. So we have to have a major scheme. We have announced a national hydrogen mission. I think we also need another mission maybe on methanol, on alternative fuels for the shipping industry. So these are the kind of challenges which are required. Ultimately, what it boils down to is that we need technology solutions, new technologies, new alternative fuels for the hard to abate sectors. And that's an area where not enough attention has been given. I'll end this by recapping what I think we are going to do now. In this current year, first is that we have to come up with a short-term climate goal. That is the obligation of all the countries in the world, including India. Our NDCs are given in a time frame of 10 years, nationally determined contributions, or you can say short-term climate goals. They are given in a time frame of 2020 to 2030. So our emission reduction, intensity reduction goals are non-fossil fuel electricity generation capacity goals. They are going to expire in 2030. We are doing very well, as I have just said, but we have to do much more and we have to revise our targets. This year, to what extent can we revise our targets? By the end of this year, government is under obligation to the UNFCCC, to the United Nations, to give its revised targets. So what is it that we can do? This is something which we have to ponder about. Second is that we have to have a long-term low emission development strategy. After all, we can't, we have to think beyond 2030 or beyond 2035 now. So what is it that we can do in the long term to meet this net zero goal? Low emission development strategy. And it cannot be done only at the economy-wide level. We have to now look at each specific sector. I've just talked about aviation and shipping and some hard to abate sectors, but we have to look at each component of energy system and each sector of economy and come up with a roadmap for sectoral transition. This is the work that we need to do. It has security implications, it has technology implications, it has huge financial implications. Last point is about environmental governance in general. Because it's not enough to look at only carbon intensity or carbon emissions. We have to look at the natural system as a whole. And that is what sustainability means. Our country, as a developed country in 2047, we cannot achieve that goal unless we protect our natural system, because they are the source of all the natural resources that we need, that we consume in the process of development. So we have to protect it, and we have to come up with a good system of environmental governance, which Mr. Rajiv Gauba was talking about. Unfortunately, our environmental governance system is completely compromised. We need there are a number of thoughts which people, ideas which people come up with. I have one harebrained idea which I'll leave with you before I close, is that we should not only look at GDP, we should look at something called green GDP, which means the amount of damage that we do to the natural system should be detracted from the GDP. And that is the estimate we should come up with. And that will give you a sense of how much damage we are causing to the natural system and what we are not compensating. So the extent of the net losses to the natural system in terms of natural resources, and there are methodologies available all over the world for natural system accounting. We can use those methodologies to estimate the losses or the damages which we are inflicting, and in the process compromising our future growth. Thank you very much.
So thank you very much. As I said, that last hairband thing, we've also been looking at that instead of CBAM, I think all countries like us which are developing, where our natural resources are being utilized to create products which are being exploited by the developed world, we should have a counter tax that we should sort of put for that. That this is the kind of natural resources you utilize for the products that we have done. This is the carbon. Or like yeah, absolutely. I think something like that needs to be looked at to take it ahead. But thank you very much, sir, for all the, I think, giving us tangible figures to actually expose us to the challenge which you only talk in terms of generic terms. Thank you very much for sharing all that with us. I'm not going to sum up anything. We've got, how much? We've got 3 minutes actually. So anybody who's got pressing questions can put up his hand. Otherwise, you're going to be responsible for getting late for lunch. No, but you're allowed to, please, no, you're allowed to ask questions. That was on the lighter plane, please.
No, I'm serious about
please.
This issue of the sea. This is my, thank you. See, Rashmi, I think we need to push this business of inheritance tax on them as a counter tax. It's a legacy tax that they have to pay. It's a burden. Because they have put that load on the environment. Today they may not be using it. But in the past, the conduct has been, by today's moral laws, criminal. And so you have to raise that voice of this. This is, I mean, I'm saying it in the same spirit as almost 3 decades back. I'd said we should not talk of emissions. We should talk of per capita emissions. Because if we are citizens of the world, each one of us as an individual has a responsibility, and the measure has to be per capita emissions. Any countervailing duty has to be based on your inheritance responsibility also. We have to push it. Negotiators like you have an idea. You see, I'd like to live in Iceland, but no, but we only have
invited.
Dry ice here. Carbon dioxide, you see, frozen. So that's it, sir.
Yeah, please. Yeah.
Thank you for all the information you have given me. I just wanted to, I didn't hear anyone say about agriculture in it. You know, what is the way we have to grow by 47 in agriculture? Are there estimates being made on the kind of energy we need to produce what we need, and is greening of that under consideration? That's my question.
So, would you like to say something on that? Yeah, please.
No, I do not have the estimates of the need, but let me tell you, there is a technology proven over 80 years old that can actually benefit your farmers in their activities, producing food. We have, I mentioned a project that we have up in Himachal Pradesh in the Kinnaur region. To utilize low temperature geothermal for cooling and drying, you actually can economically empower your farmers in a very simple way with a technology that's very mature. You can source all of it, all the ingredients that you need for that year. None of it comes from abroad. The only thing we bring is the sort of the know-how, because we've been doing it for close to 100 years. These are decentralized systems. They don't need to be on any system. You can serve the community through those decentralized applications. So the point that I want to make is that we need to work together. You have to work together. The solutions they're long there. I mean, you're right. I mean, the hydrogen, that's a little bit down the road. But don't underestimate what happened, for example, with solar technology. The levelized cost of solar is cheaper than coal.
Yes.
That wasn't so 10 years ago.
Yeah.
So, through innovation, through collaboration, you can actually reach those points. My point is, you need to use, if the transition is a mosaic, you have to use all technologies available. And they're not all expensive. Many of them are mature, they're available, readily available. So it's for us to collaborate, come together, and do this. And I'm proud as an ambassador of Iceland in India to actually having been working on this now for over 2 or 3 years. And we are making the progress that I want to see, especially in the northern regions, up in the Himachal Pradesh, in Uttarakhand, and up in Ladakh, and in the future up in Assam. This is what we need. We did this 78 years ago. We were the poorest in Europe. Trust me, that's a man's life, right? So you can do it faster. You don't need to do it in 78 years. You can do it faster because everything is in place. All the know-how is there. But this has to be through a joint effort. And when it comes to the financing, I've been engaged with the climate finance for a long time, serving as the climate envoy for my country before I came here. It is estimated by the UN that we need about 4 trillion plus per year to actually achieve Paris to 2050. 4 trillion US dollars per year. We're today approximately putting in there about 300, 400 billion a year. But think about it, 400 trillion is about 1% of the private sector's investments. It's 1% of the private sector investment in the world. So the money is there.
Yes.
How do you engage it? How do you bring it about? And there are ways to do it. We've been working on that in the global, in the multilateral era. But the money is there. The technologies are there. It's upon us. And if I can just reiterate what I said in the beginning, when I ask myself, how did we do this? The first thing, and I think this is important for India, and I'm going to read this, we maintained long-term political consensus across party lines. Energy transition wasn't a political football.
Yes.
It was a mission.
I noted that.
So you have to have a consensus among our political leaders where we want to go and where we need to go. And once you have that, the drivers are out there. You are the drivers. It sounds simple, but that's a fact. This is the way we did it. I know you can do it.
Excellent, sir. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. So I'm going to study Iceland more.
You're also
Maybe
welcome to Iceland.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen, for being a very, very, I would say, patient audience, and thank you for sharing your views as well. Thank you, sir, to my panel. I can always be overruled.
No, no. No, it was just a small response to the gentleman's question about agriculture. You are absolutely right, sir. The agriculture is extremely important, but it is important from environmental sustainability point of view rather than carbon emissions point of view. Agriculture does emit, emits about 14% of our total emissions in the country, but it's mostly in form of methane, not in form of CO2. And methane is a difficult gas because the sources are livestock or rice cultivation. So there is a food security issue in agriculture. We cannot look at it simply as a technology issue. In fact, there are technology issues in agriculture because we are now dependent on pesticides, chemicals, chemical-based fertilizers. So how to make a transition from carbon-intensive agriculture to a more organic, more sustainable and natural system of agriculture is a difficult issue. We are trying our best, but it's a political question. We will have to deal with carefully. Thank you, sir. Yeah, sure. Yes.
Thank you very much, sir, for adding that.
Thank you, sirs. Thank you very much. And I will now request Professor Harpreet Kaur ji to come up and give the mementos. Stand with the army commander is itself a biggest importance.
Thank you. An absolute pleasure, Ambassador. Thank you, ma'am. Always a pleasure. Thank you. It's always a pleasure. Thank you.
We now break for lunch. The lunch is served in Silver Oaks, that is ground floor, and we will reassemble here at 1:45 p.m. Thank you.
ये जो हाथ है ना, सिर्फ लकड़ी ही नहीं, हाथ, ये जो हाथ है ना, सिर्फ लकड़ी ही नहीं, हमारा कल भी तराशते हैं। ये कभी बाएं मुड़ो कभी दाएं मुड़ो ही नहीं, लोगों को उनकी मंजिल तक पहुंचाते हैं। ये हाथ केवल सिलाई नहीं करते, देश को नया रूप देते हैं। बंद हो या हो कोई स्ट्राइक, इनका स्वेटर हमेशा खुल जाता है। इन हाथों का यही तो आपसे नाता है। ये हाथ केवल हल नहीं चलाते, ये हाथ
Agriculture
मिट्टी से
2047.
सोना उगाते
From
हैं।
smart farms,
ये हाथ
secure
देश चलाते
futures
हैं।
and sustainable
इनकी तरक्की
livelihoods.
में ही देश की तरक्की
India's
है। और
journey
इन्हें हम आसानी
towards
से
becoming a
लोन देकर
global
अपना
superpower
फर्ज
by
निभाते हैं।
2047 hinges critically on the transformation of the agricultural sector, the backbone of rural livelihoods and national food security. This session will center around smart and precision farming, empowering agricultural startups and FPOs, water efficient and climate resilient agriculture, doubling farmers' income through value addition, engaging youth in agriculture. Without any more time, I'll request Colonel Shailendra Singh to kindly invite our esteemed panel for the session.
जय हिंद, नमस्कार। सबसे बड़ी बात यह है कि yes, we are starting this with a session chair of Vijay Sardana sir. Please come up, sir. And we have Dr. Surinder K. Tikku sir to please come up. We will start the session, Sardana sir. We have another guest who is arriving with any minute, so we can at least start. So I hereby hand over to you, sir, for this session.
Good afternoon, sir. Good afternoon to all of you. And thank you very much for the forum for giving us this opportunity. Because if you look into the civilization and the history, there is nothing without food. Even in army, when we talk about securities, we say army marches on food. Empty stomach, nothing happens. Even in philosophy, वो कहा जाता है ना कि बिना भोजन तो भगवान को भी याद नहीं किया जाता. And today we are in a very peculiar situation. We are talking about 2047. Before I move into technicalities, let me give a small background. I also chair another think tank called Kisan Vigyan Foundation, with a single focus whether India will have enough food to eat. And that's the only agenda. We don't have multiple agenda. Anything and everything is around food. And food security. Security means production and availability in affordable price. I can offer you any food in maybe $10 million import, and each kg will cost you about maybe 1,000 rupees. Who will afford and how many people? And the challenge is, if we don't have food and proper balanced food, we will have a sick society. As a food and dairy technologist, I always tell my medical friends that when we make mistake, you enjoy money. Because 80% of diseases are because of bad food and bad water. And today, if Indian hospitals are full, because our food safety authorities are defunct on ground, maybe on paper they exist. It's a reality. We are talking about science. If there is a disease, you have to go to hospital. And why disease is coming? It is coming from food and water. Then what is happening in the ecosystem? Because we are not able to provide safe food. Simple. Life is common sense. Life is not complicated the way we try to project. Now, when we are talking about food security, and this is a very important forum, we talk about, peace in the world. When we are talking of anti-terrorism, actually we are asking pro-peace. I'm projecting some data to you, and just think it over. India's population is about 145 crore. In English term, we say 1,450 million, or maybe 451 or 52, whatever you call it. Agricultural land available in India is 141 million hectare. It means land available per person to ensure food security 365 days. And food security is not just wheat and rice. Your milk, your egg, your meat, your timber, anything and everything which you try to look at survival, per capita land availability is just 0.1 hectare. And 1 hectare is 100 by 100, 10,000. 0.1 means 1,000 square meter. आपको पूरे साल 1,000 मीटर आपके पास जगह है और उसमें से आपको अपना कपड़ा भी निकालना है, खाना भी निकालना है, फ्यूल भी निकालना है, फाइबर भी निकालना है, मीट भी निकालना है, मिल्क भी निकालना है. Is it feasible? Just think it over. And when we are talking about 2047, developed India, this land will shrink because population will be around 165. It will shrink to 0.8. 0.08, let me put that way. 800 मीटर रह जाएगा 1000 से. ऐसी स्थिति में क्या फूड सिक्योरिटी पॉसिबल है तो क्या करना पड़ेगा? That is, I think, the moot question. Sir, welcome. So that is one aspect. Then we talk about that India is food secure. 70% of edible oil we import. 70% of edible oil. After, I think, petroleum and gold, the next big import bill is, leave the defense equipment maybe out for that time being, is edible oil. 70% imports. To stabilize the prices of pulses, we have to import 3, 4, 5 million ton depending on the weather and availability. Otherwise, prices will be 200, 300 rupees, whatever you call it. And that becomes a political economy, serious issue. Then we are having carbohydrates. We discussed about oil, 70% we are importing for our food requirement. Pulses we are importing to stabilize the prices. Otherwise, 300 rupees pulses, we don't know how many we can afford. And then third issue is carbohydrate, wheat, rice. Then we're talking nowadays about corn, makkah. We have banned exports of wheat, rice. One side we say we have surplus. And it's an annual crop. And we know our requirement is not what we claim to be produced in this country. We say we are producing about 325, 330, 340 million tons. Our per capita requirement, if you calculate, our total requirement will be something 150 and 200 million tons in and around. It means 100 million ton we have surplus, technically. And then we ban exports for various reasons. It can be political, it can be otherwise. It means carbohydrate is also in question. So in food in proximate composition, as a food technologist, for healthy food or any food, even healthy or unhealthy, there are few things. You have a carbohydrate, you have a fat, you have protein, you have a moisture, you have minerals, you have vitamins, and you have fiber. 4 options are, even with this current population, is in short supply, and that is why we always worried about inflation. One crop or the other continue to running away, and that's why Rameshji has to keep working on various policy papers how to fix them. That's a ground reality. I thought before we start into technicalities, because when you listen to the government reports, everything is great. We also appreciate, when we go internationally, we always say India is doing great, but internally we know. So kahin to sach bolna padega. So that is where we have to look at very, very seriously about food security. This I'm talking about human side. Equal number of population is there of livestock. 30 crore गाय हैं इस देश में जिनको दूध देना है. And I always say that animal needs better food than humans, because they live in open area, always infested with weather and infestation and insects and everything. So they need a better immunity in the body. They also give a productive animal. They give milk, egg, whatever it is. So they have to supplement what they have to give. Body has to intake, only then you can get. And third, they have to reproduce every year as a machine to continue to remain in production. हम क्या करते हैं? खा के बैठते हैं. ना हमारा कोई output है, ना हमारा reproduction every year. It means animal needs better nutrition than humans. And what we feed in this country, what is left over of humans goes to animals. And that is why our livestock sector is in bad productivity and bad health. Science is beautiful, cause-effect relation. ज़्यादा दिमाग नहीं लगाना पड़ता. Input, output. And in food industry, food science, we very clearly says that output cannot be better than the input provided. So if you are offering junk, you will get junk. If you are offering a pesticide-infested food, you will get pesticide-infested milk or egg or meat or whatever you call it. This is the ground reality. On the other side, we are continuously increasing MSP. This is the political side of agriculture. And the same in India, the poultry farmer comes back to government of India that we cannot afford 28 rupees maize. Please allow us import because international market is around 14, 15 rupees. If I do not have cost-effective nutrition for my animals, so if you are not allow me to import maize, then traders will import ready-made poultry. Because that's the cost of production is low. And market does not respect political considerations. Market forces are more powerful than political forces, except this life. They know how to find the way out. You ban at Indian import, you put up a custom duty on Indian ports, the whole consignment of edible oil routes via Nepal, Bangladesh, Sri Lanka. Business people are smarter. Whatever we think sitting in this hall, maybe 100 people, 200 people, outside we have million. They are always smarter than us. They know how to find the way. So there are too many complications. I don't want to bore you with by saying that the end of the day you will say I'm too pessimistic and I'm only looking at negative side of it. That's very easy to say. Because harsh reality, when you want to criticize, you are pessimistic. You're not giving the answer to the arguments, you're targeting person. And this happens in agriculture domain very often. Now issue is what? By 2047, fundamental question is whether India will be food secure. And I tell you what, edible oil, I give you example. In order to meet self-sufficiency, every country's motto. To become self-sufficiency in edible oil in India, our average yield of oilseed should not be less than 4 tons per hectare. And this is nowhere in the world. Highest is 375, except palm you leave it because our climate is not suitable for palm. Any other crop, the best is 375, 3.75 tons. Maybe talk about some parts in Argentina, some parts of Brazil. I'm talking about soybean. In India, it is 1.1. It means on an average, I'm saying whether it is mustard, soybean, you name it, any edible oil, situations are going to be complex. And my last point, then I'll request my fellow panelists to intervene because they have very vast knowledge and Rameshji is inside out of everything. They take a classical example. Our MSP of sunflower seed is 82 rupees a kg. Seed, raw material, not in factory, in mandi. Internationally, the sunflower oil, which is a finished goods, ready to consume, is available in 91 rupees. Tell me one single logic why I should buy from Indian farmer and do the crushing when I'm getting a cheaper raw material. Even if I pay 50% custom duty, it's still cheaper, landed price is cheaper. What is my incentive as a business person, as a processor or as a trader to buy from Indian farmer and suffer when my competitors, those who are importing, will make 20, 30 rupees on my cost of production easily, net profit after taking all cost. I'm also advisor to Solvent Extractors Association. I'm also advisor to Poultry Federation of India. We go into these minute details. It's our survival. If I don't survive in market, Government of India is not going to give me pension. So I have to survive as a processor, as a trader, as a commercial person. We are private sector. So we go into much more technicalities, details for survival. Because there is no MSP for us, there is no support price, there is no social security, there is nothing for us. That is what is the background on which I want to start. We are talking, today we are in 2025, this is the ground reality. We are planning for 2047. We have still maybe, you can say 20 years or so to work on. And I think agriculture needs a much serious attention than we ever gave. And in India, as of today, agriculture is a political activity. It is not an economic activity, because all decisions and policies in agriculture are with political considerations, not with economic justifications. So with this, I will now request Rameshji. We are talking about 2047, and you have a couple of papers on that, vision documents of various organizations with you. And over to you, sir.
Thank you, Vijayji. Sorry, I missed some part of your introductory comments. In fact, this session was planned at 3 p.m., but then organizer has to change it to prepone it to 2 p.m. So I was in another meeting. So sorry for that. It is not that I came late, but this adjustment in time was a factor. So when I entered the room, I found Mr. Sadhana was talking about food security and what will be state of agriculture by 2047 and things like that. And I somehow feel that today Vijay was operating on a slightly different frequency than the frequency at which he usually operates. So let me bring a couple of things to balance. He was also citing example of India importing huge quantity of edible oil, which is a fact, also importing pulses. The first issue is that what is the overall situation of food in our country? If you look at overall situation, right now our export of food are more than $50 billion US, and our import are about 22 billion US dollars. So our exports are more than 2 times what is our import. So then how you define food self-sufficiency? Is it that we have to be not importing any of the food item, that is food self-sufficiency, or we produce certain things, export those, earn more money, and then we import certain things, spend much less on those kind of things. So at what level we define this kind of things? When I look at the aggregate of, let me say, food sector, not agriculture sector, removing cotton, jute, those kind of things. If you look at per capita food production in India, the first 50% increase happened in 50 years between 51 and 2000. And next 50% increase happened just in 20 years. And my projections are that next 50% increase in per capita food production is going to happen in 13-14 years. So that is the situation. Today we are producing almost 2 kg food per person per day. That is the situation. Many people, they apply, say, US norm, European norm, or norm from some country to just say that India is having sufficient food or not, but you can't force people to eat according to your norm. People make their own choices depending upon their income, their preferences, cultural background, so many kind of things. So right now the situation is we have an underlying work on all those things. If you want, you can refer to my paper. Population growth is decelerating in India. It is now not even 1%. The growth of food production is accelerating. Last 10-year growth rate is 4.4%. With population growth of less than 1% and per capita income growing at say roughly 5%, if we combine population effect and income effect, the growth rate in demand is around 2.5%, whereas the production in last 10 years has grown by 4.4%. Again, my projections are, we have projection from different working group up to 35, 2047, it's not that production will not keep pace with the demand. In India still we have so much of untapped potential. Even if we compare one state of India with other state, one district of India with other districts, that there is so much that even if we narrow down that gap, forgetting to narrow down the gap between productivity in USA or China, that if we narrow down the gap in productivity across states in India, we can easily have more than 3% growth till 2047. So all those facts point to that India will be facing more serious problem of dealing with the surplus defined in a, as economists call, positive measure and normative measure. Things don't move according to norm, they are our target. Things move according to that kind of thing. So I just find that at aggregate level, our food surplus per capita is increasing. Yes, we are importing edible oil, to some extent we are importing pulses also, but then there are papers by people who says that producing oil seed instead of wheat give you much less return compared to what you get from producing wheat. So importance of trade is also there, but 70% dependency, sometimes it is considered dangerous. But then this dependency has risen, not that production of oil seed was growing at a terribly low rate. That's not the case. If you start from 17, most of the decades, oil seed production in India was rising faster than so-called green revolution crops, rice and wheat. But how come we are exporting surplus in rice and wheat, but we are so much shortage in edible oil? Very simple. Per capita intake of cereal in this country is declining. Even between the last survey of 12 and the latest survey which has come 23-24, per capita intake of cereal has declined by 10%. People are consuming less and less cereals, more and more fruit and vegetable, more and more dairy products, more and more meat, whether we like it or not. But that is the behavior of the consumer. But in case of edible oil, you will be surprised that between 2000 and any latest year, per capita absorption of edible oil in this country has increased from 6 kg per person to 19 kg per person. I don't know how much oily food we are consuming, and that is the reason that in case of edible oil, despite production rising at a higher rate than rice and wheat, we are having huge import of oil, but we are having 15-20% of our rice production as a surplus. And that's why in one of Man Ki Baat, our Honorable Prime Minister appealed to countrymen not to eat so much of edible oil, at least reduce by 10% in a year this edible oil production. The second reason in case of this production not responding to rise in demand of edible oil in this country is that in case of edible oil, if you look at situation globally, the technology has largely moved toward GM crops. The yield example which Vijayji gave, that soybean yield in US is 3 times, sunflower yield is also similar, canola is also similar, and it is largely because they have gone for GM crops. And India initially was opposing, then we became indifferent, then finally with a lot of effort from my side and side of other people, when establishment made up its mood, then court came into the picture. They said, no, we can't allow even doing experiment on GM kind of things. So last judgment is split judgment, one honorable judge saying, this is a scientific matter, we should not interfere. Others saying, no, we can't allow it. Now there is an appeal against those kind of things. So this is the fact, but I feel that more serious challenge to our food security are coming from some other area which I would like to briefly mention. In the first round, if there is time, I will elaborate in the second round. And those are first, as I said, that India's growth rate in last 10, 11 years, whatever way you measure it is more than 4%, close to 4.4%, 4.5%. To have this kind of growth rate for 10 years in agriculture is something which is a sort of one of the world record. The highest growth rate for 15 years in agriculture was in China, that was 5%. But now our growth rate is same as China. And again, when we talk of Viksit Bharat, again my projection scenario build up is that agriculture is capable to give that 4-5% growth to support the total growth rate required in India to become Viksit Bharat. So as far as agriculture is concerned, on growth front, it is doing exceedingly well. And at present, it is doing best in the world. If somebody is interested in statistics, I can share with those kind of, so that is the situation. But this growth which we have from 2004 onward is turning out to be very, very costly. Because I did decomposition analysis that nearly 60% of this growth is a result of increase in real prices of food. Real prices, not absolute prices. And you just find only 30% is because of improvement in productive technology, and 10% is interaction effect, those kind of things. So this is one challenge, that India has best growth in the world in agriculture in last 10 years, but this growth is driven by price, and any growth which is driven by price over a period cannot be sustained. There are serious challenges, there are fiscal challenges like that. So that is first challenge. The second is that this growth is inefficient. In fact, there is all these things that you get caught in a vicious cycle. Again, I did some comparison that if you look at the real cost of production in India, it is rising in most of the crop, real cost of production. Which means that the kind of role which technology should play is not happening in most of the crops. And that's why in order to incentivize growth, we are giving more price so that farmer use more inputs, he use costly inputs. In that process, average cost of production is rising, which again requires that MSP has to be 1.5 times the cost of production. So you get into that vicious cycle. So this is second kind of thing, that growth rate, no doubt excellent, but this is a inefficient growth. Third is this this letter also talk about precision, etc., that how to make this growth from inefficient to efficient growth, how to ensure that average cost of production in real term reduces. Like when I talk to fellow scientists in agriculture, I just tell them that real meaning of technology is that either you are able to produce more with less, or either you are able to produce more with same, or same with less. Like example, 20 years back, motorcycle was running 100 kilometers, say, on 5 liters, but now it is running 100 kilometers on about 2 liters. That is a technological change, which you find at so many places. But that kind of technological change we are not having in agriculture, where what technology is helping in is, it is extending frontier, it is not shifting frontier. So that is the kind of thing, transformative kind of technology not happens. And again, why we are not having efficiency or precision, technology is one thing, practice are another thing, and policies are also biggest culprit. If Delhi municipality doesn't bother to put water meter, Delhi Jal Board doesn't bother to put water meter at my place, I will have no incentive even to close the tap. Keep water running. This is what is happening in agriculture. In most of the states, power is free. Where it is not free, they are also joining the league. Latest one is the state of Uttar Pradesh, that why we should be left behind in paying to farmer to destroy our groundwater in the shortest period, rather than ensuring the sustainable use of agriculture. So precision farming, yes, in some cases farmers are doing, but in most of the cases when water is free, when urea is subsidized to the extent of 80%, you find there is no economic incentive also for efficiency. Can I take 2 more minutes? Please. Okay. The other 2 more minutes I want to take is, like I share with you that 4% growth. Again, there are many things under that aggregate, some of which are, I would say, with the positive message, some of those are with the negative messages. The positive message is that agriculture has 4 segments. One is fishery, another is livestock, third is crop, which is then divided in 2 categories, field crop and horticulture crop. We have minimum support price for all field crops, but luckily so far there is no MSP kind of things for horticulture crop and livestock crop. I put a graph in the report of 15th Finance Commission report, where I was a member. Higher is the support given by government for a segment of agriculture, lower is the growth. Highest support is given to field crops. Their growth is not even 2% in last 10 years. It is only 1.6%. Next comes your within the crop, horticulture. Again, there are no MSP and growth is close to 4%. Next is livestock. Again, markets are allowed to operate. The growth rate is 5%. Next is fishery. The growth rate is now more than 8%. This is not for 1 year or 5 years. These are the trends. This is something which is observed for last 10 years. Why it is happening? Because power of demand to drive growth is much stronger than what is the power of government to influence the growth. We should never underestimate power of the markets, and in order to harness power of the markets, we have to incentivize private sector, we have to talk to regulation, etc. But then this is another crisis in Indian agriculture, that we have provided so much comfort to large number of states that they are not willing to do experiment, they are not willing to do reform, they are not willing to even try some new kind of thing which is beneficial for farmer, beneficial for consumer, beneficial for the state. I am coming from a meeting where from last 2 years we are trying to persuade at least one state to adopt the mechanism of price deficiency payment instead of procurement. But states are not willing to even do pilots, because they feel, why we should take this headache on ourselves? Everything central government is doing, let them do it. In PDPS, they are fixing norm that if its moisture is so much more, there will be a rebate and all those things. But now we can influence that even if moisture against the norm of 10% is 18%, we can put a pressure that government will say we are relaxing all norm and we are going for those kind of things. This is a complex area, but I think we are entering into a phase where I think we are creating a situation which is not very savvy for doing the reforms, but they are very much needed. Agriculture has a potential. We need to pay more attention to agriculture from another ground also. This is the last point I want to make, and that is, I have written a paper on it, and it applies globally, that the biggest reason that world will be forced to look back at agriculture differently is failure of manufacture to provide jobs. If you look at India's data, you are talking of youth not remaining in agriculture. The percent of workforce in agriculture in last 8 years has increased from 43% to 46%. So issues are more complex than what they appear on the surface, or what we just feel they are appearing like that. There are a lot of positive things happening in agriculture, but there are also a lot of challenges in agriculture. In order to harness full benefit of positive factor in agriculture, I think we need to pay attention to many factors like sustainability, efficiency, regulation, which Vijayji also alluded to. So I stop at that. If time permit, I will say something in the second round.
Friends, it's always, when you listen to a person from a government agency or department, it says that there's always going to be a positive what government is doing. But the interesting part of listening to Rameshji is always that he's very critical, because at heart he is a scientist or an economist. So he knows how to move between the numbers. And the points which is raised, now I'll come to Surendraji. See, couple of issues which are raised here. We have seen the development phase, yes, initial 50%, then 50%, because our base was very low. We had no water, no irrigation, no fertilizer, no basic technology. We provided, they responded. Now in many areas we are finding stagnation. One area is we have to go into incremental shift into technology inputs, knowledge transfer, and so many things. Infrastructure issues within agriculture, post-harvest, pre-harvest, and so many areas. Climate change, which is beyond our control, depleting soil health, depleting groundwater table. I was working in Punjab. Every month 1 feet water table goes down. Per month 1 feet down. How long it will continue? So my point is to you, we are talking about food security, and food security for national security. If we have very expensive food or totally dependent, I was in Tanzania last year, and I go every year there to address this Pulses Forum. Again, next month I'm going. I just made one point, and think from that angle. Our majority of pulse imports are from Africa. Canada, we had a bitter experience, so we stopped importing. Suppose tomorrow China goes to Africa and buys maybe 2 million tons in stock there. What will happen to price in India? To stock 2 million tons in Africa itself or in Dubai port, is it difficult for China? It's nothing. And with one shot, they will create a political crisis in India that prices of dal will go up to 300 rupees. And then you have a whole lot of political jugglery in the system. So this is very sensitive, and we have to be very watchful, because one side we are talking about Trump's agenda of reducing tariff. On the other side, we are increasing MSP, as Rameshji also said, because of various factors. We are in most of the crop, our MSP is higher than the international market price. And if we reduce customs duty, and which is one of the reasons that why agreement is not happening between India or America or in ASEAN, India, wherever we go in international forum, they talk that open your agriculture market, and we say no, and nothing moves at international level. So agriculture is becoming a stumbling block in ecosystem in one way. Second point, sir, we are talking of technology today. Thankfully, we don't have GM technology. It has two sides, because this issue we discuss in oilseed industry, very, very common. Should we introduce GM or no? Yes, we introduce GM, partly productivity will go up. Then, if international market is full of GM crop and custom duty is suppose 20-30%, then imports will be cheaper than local, because now you can't say no that I don't import GM. GM is banned in India, so hence you cannot import. So minute you introduce GM, you also floodgate opens for the word imports. This is another side effect. Are we ready for that? So there are inter-conflicting issues. Every policy, every technology has two sides, positive, negative, and it's becoming very challenging when we are high-cost producer, as Ramesh said, inefficient producer in agriculture. Why today China is sustaining after everything? Because they are the least cost producer. You do whatever you want. It doesn't matter to me. We are the highest cost producer. Whatever we do, it will fall back. It's a peculiar scenario. Sir, with your experience and thoughts, what do you see by 2047? What is the way forward for us?
Shall I go there? Okay.
You may
go
can,
there.
as you wish.
Yes.
Yeah, it's working.
Red नहीं हो रहा था?
It's red.
अच्छा यहाँ है. Yeah, thank you Aditya, Tikku and GCTC for giving me this opportunity. Very interesting things have been laid out already, and my area is the technology. I am a breeder, plant breeder, who have been doing breeding of vegetable crops, especially tomato and okra in particular. So the idea is that you said that population is increasing and then how do we produce, but remember that what we were in 1947 and what we are today, but somehow we have still been able to. But that doesn't mean that there is no challenge in front of us. So to talk in this area, I thought one thing, rather two things, that counter-terrorism, when I read and when Aditya told me about GCTC, I thought, how do I relate terrorism to my field? Then I thought there are two areas metaphorically that are terrorists in agriculture. One, the challenge that we have is climate change. Today, not only within the season, but in between seasons, we have so much unpredictable. We may suddenly have rain which was not supposed to be there, and the wheat crop suffers. We have high heat in initial phase, the grain filling suffers. So similarly in vegetable crops. And now on vegetable front, you need vegetables every day. You can't wait for the summer season cucurbits and eat cucurbits. Now, you must have seen in the last 23, 25 years, you get cauliflowers in May, June, which was not possible earlier. We had those early kuwaris, vagara. 200-gram cauliflower we used to get, it used to be almost black. So the idea is that we have technologically we are facing this challenge of every month farmer is willing to sow because he is not waiting to kharif for a rabi season. So coming back to the point is that to be able to meet our 2047 goals, we need to have a balanced diet. And for that, we need an average income of 1,50,000 per year. So that is the fundamental. Are we there? We are not there at the moment. I think almost 70% population is below 1.5 lakhs today. That doesn't mean we were not there 10, 15 years back. We were much, much lower. We have made progress. And then our yields are compared to China, because I don't want to compare to US because that is no comparison. China is same type of farming, smallholder farmers, and same population. So average yields are way below China, and we should now double our real income of farmers, make it inclusive, sustainable, and resilient by 2047. The challenge is, one, I said the yield is low. The second is we need to extend our sowing period, so we need to have varieties bred so that they can meet the different sowing times, and value addition that we want farmers to get more money from their output is not getting the consumer preference, which I will talk later. So I think good things that we have done a lot of genetic gains. I have a slide there that shows on the right side, vegetable is in the left of the graph and right side is the field crop. 1989, I think we had the OGL. We had the import of all kinds of germplasm. So we have made much bigger strides in vegetables in terms of per hectare yield. From 1990, you can see the graph. That itself will take a lot of time. But what I am trying to say is that in both crops, that opening of getting world germplasm has helped us. But now come to the Indian farmer, our averages are, I'll give you an example. I am a tomato breeder. Our average tomato yield is 24 tons per hectare, but we have farmers that get 70, 80 tons per hectare, which is about 4% of the farmers, not all. Why? Because their knowledge, their inputs, etc. are not there, and we don't reach them with the latest technology. We are not reaching. Smallholder farmers are about 80% of our farmers with less than 1 hectare of land, but they don't produce the same as our top elite farmers of 4-5%. So that gap has to be filled, and then that's why I said we have no protected cultivation where Netherlands can grow 600 tons per hectare, but we cannot because that is not cost effective. That kind of, then we will not be able to pay for that. Can I go to the next slide, please? So then there is this urban-poor divide. Urban and poor both are eating, rural is eating less number of vegetables than the urban at every level of income. So that is one divide, and the lesser the income, the number of vegetables we eat is low. Today we eat almost 70% is carb for most, and some population may eat in 80%, which is like grain. Saath mein we have some small things with that, but not enough vegetables and protein that we are eating. We need to go to the right of that pie chart where we bring the carb down to 50%, which I think Professor Ramesh was saying that already we are making good progress on that side. So from 250 gram per capita, we need to reach 450 gram, and we need extended sowing of, especially in vegetables, because we need vegetables every day in the market. Next, please. So what happens is this climate change, it brings us lower nutrition quality and it reduces our yield. Because of these higher temperatures, higher rainfalls, all the pulses or tomatoes, the protein content, the other minerals go down, and in high rainfall, the sugar content goes down. So, you know, if grape people, if they put irrigation 1 week before harvest, the TSS goes down, but yield will go up. So that is, so the rainfall creates that kind of period. So we need to have extended sowing of vegetables and early heat tolerance in the grains, because our heat is now, March, April also we get, not February end also we start getting very high heat when it is seed setting in the grains. And vegetables mein to we get tomatoes that get virus and they get also. 2 minutes more. Next please, quickly. So what, I think 3 areas at how we can double our, one is knowledge transfer and extension. I think we have to train, on one side, we have to train the farmers, train the trainers, we have to have demos of all the new technologies and user-friendly guides that they can understand through the institutions and private institutions like our foundation. We have been doing that. And result is leadership teams can be trained, and then we have countrywide extension of all these crops. The impact would be that, I say today that if we just improve our extension system, our current yield with extended, current genetics will be 50% more, just by reaching the farmer with the better agronomy. Next, please. I think 2, 3. And pre-breeding projects, of course, that will have 5 to 10 year span. We need to start doing wild relatives and getting new traits into our crops, getting new products into the crops, and make it possible to get these into the market. Next, please. And we need, value addition was one of the things that has been said in the today's topic. My own experience is that we have bred a tomato that has almost 50% more nutrition than the current best hybrid in the market. It has better lycopene, etc., but it is only 40 grams. It has 2 times the shelf life. But market guys are unable to sell it because the farmer, the consumer doesn't know. So we need to create a pull demand. We have 108 biofortified varieties released by ICR and institutions. They are not teaching the market because we don't have the pull market for that. So we need to create pull. Maybe we need Amitabh Bachchan's to advertise these so that there is a pull from the market. Next, please, I think. And then, of course, we need to fix the supply chain. Supply chain is, I think, very, very important that we have farmers reaching. If I used to be in China very often. In 10 minutes of every farmer, they have a nice road to reach the mandis and fix the because cold chain, we almost cannot meet what we have. Next, please. So conclusion, I think there are 5. I think we need surgical strikes on these areas. One is huge knowledge transfer program. So we need FPOs. It's an excellent program of having 10,000 FPOs, but only I think 5% are making profits today. How do we make that? That's one question. Pre-breeding, but we need private-public partnership, which is not happening today. Farm automation for small farmer, it is not there. Consumer awareness of nutrition quality, how do we make it available so that they can get it? And diversifying it, we are not eating more than 8 or 10 vegetables. We don't eat a wide, we need to do that. And protected cultivation can be an area by which we can increase our income, for the farmers, because you can go 4 to 5 times more yield per unit area, but we need to make it cost effective. I think that's my last point. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Sundarji. I think it was very useful. We are just short of time, so I'm just saying half a minute extra. Sir, we have seen the technical side. You have given your inputs also. As a concluding, I will request you, if you can just put 2 action points, one for private sector and one for farmer. I know government is doing, you are there, and so many other actions are going on, and we have no control on government, so we can't do anything. What is your suggestion or action request or action plan guidance to private sector, what they should do and what farmers should do? These 2 bullet points.
Thank you. For private sector first, if you look at what a share of private sector in investment in production agriculture, it is not even 0.5%. And if you talk to private sector, they will tell you the reason that there are so many regulatory restrictions, so we can't operate in production agriculture. We come into picture only for sale of input and after post-harvest stage. So one is that we need to create facilitating environment, regulatory environment, where we attract private sector to make more investment in agriculture. And wherever they have made investment in agriculture, miracles are there. Some of you may be knowing, Jalgaon is the 5th largest banana producing country. There are only 4 countries in the world which produce more banana than Jalgaon. But why the secret? Jain irrigation. They supply disease-free banana. Oh, this is just one example. Since I published in a newspaper, so I have named it. As far as farmers are concerned, I think they are, not all, most of them are feeling happy in a dependence kind of situations, that yes, we produce for assured market and government buys it, whatever we do. I think they need to come out of this mindset of dependence on state. They should have more faith in market. That's why I gave example that field crops are not growing even at 2%, other crops are growing at more than 4%. And if you look across the states, the growth of crop sector in Punjab and Haryana it is negative, Punjab it is 0. Because they are so much dependent on states that they don't want to produce anything for which government intervention is not there. So if really they want their income to increase, I think they should have more faith in market rather than always saying we are against corporate sector, against market. So this is what I want.
Thank you so much, sir. And last line, without food security, you will never have an independent policy. You will not have independent security policy. You will not have even a fiscal policy. So if India has to remain sovereign, the foundation is food security. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. That was a very educative session. Though I can only assure you, I think I'll leave the oil and pulses for my life hereafter. I now request Ashok Khurana, sir, to please come up and on behalf of GCTC, give the mementos. Oh yes, sir. Khurana, sir, हमारे अपने हैं. Sir, we'll take a group photograph.
आइए ना सर सर बस वो सर हैं खड़े तो बस हम ही हम हैं ग्रेट सर ना जल्दी हो गया जल्दी पोजीशन बड़ा खुशकिस्मत हो बेटा स्नाइपर होते तो शायद डिस्मिस हो जाता थैंक यू सर
Next. So we go for the next session, that is the power talk and the rule of law and internal security. Wow, good, that is very fantastic. 2047, smart policing, justice, innovation, and public trust. I think all three most important as far as I am concerned. This session focuses on how India can moderate in law enforcement and judicial systems using technology and innovation to create a transparent, citizen-trusted justice ecosystem. In this, the speakers will be covering basically the smart policing technologies, AI in judiciary, digital FIR and legal technology, reforming legal education. And to invite, I think Dr. Saab will be able to tell us better.
I would like to invite Dr. Vikram Singh, IPS retired, former Director General of Police, Uttar Pradesh, as our session chair. I would like to invite our first speaker, Shri Pankaj Singh, IPS retired, former Deputy NSA and Director General Border Security Force. And second speaker, Dr. Aman Hingorani, Senior Advocate, Supreme Court of India, and a prolific writer. Please, sir.
Very fine, sir. Such a privilege and honor to share this evening. Over to you, sir. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you, Mr. Tikku. Thank you, GCTC, for giving me the opportunity for this brainstorming session. Since we have started late, I promised to end the session in time to be a buffer because there are 2 more sessions after us. Therefore, without holding you hostages, because your human rights are very precious to us, and therefore, we will run this session almost like a parade with due apologies to you, Aman sir. And my job also has been made easy by the wonderful compeers that smart policing, what India will be in 247. तो कहते हैं बुरी नजर वाले तेरा मुंह काला और लोगों के मन में 247 में इंडिया विल बिकम दिस स्टेट एंड दैट स्टेट वो होने वाला नहीं है चंडू खाने की गप हो सकती है अब हम बात करते हैं व्हाट इज स्मार्ट पुलिसिंग 5 bullet points my generation had the only scientific aids to innovation that is one was the lathi the other was a rope and the third was the handcuff and what worked yesterday will not work today. If India has achieved success in Naxalism, it is because of brilliant officers like Pankaj-ji, excellent advocates like Dr. Aman-ji, and also the fact that we used futuristic technologies that would be AI, machine learning, drone technology, night vision devices, infrared aiming devices, and I could go on and would require 2 hours only to emulate what technology we use. Only 3 days ago, the Honorable Home Minister mentioned in Uttar Pradesh when he was addressing 64,000 newly recruited constables that from now, next 5 years, very good news, and I would request Dr. Aman-ji to throw light on that, that starting from lodging the FIR to the Supreme Court, it will not take more than 3 years. I wish I lived long enough to see that day, but today, all of us are you very eminent people, and I'm sure, heavens forbid, if you go to a police station, try and lodge an FIR, it is more difficult than climbing the Mount Everest. How do we overcome that? How do we overcome section 211 of the IPC, now 207 of Bharati Nyaya Sanhita, 182 of the IPC lodging false complaints, 217 of the BNS? How do we stay abreast? Because unless we are a generation ahead, Pankaj-ji, We are already holding on more than the population of entire Australia who do not pay a rupee of tax, the illegal Bangladeshi migrants. And then there are those Rohingyas whom we say, ये हमारी अमानत है. अगर वो आपकी अमानत है तो हम क्या है फिर? हम पाकिस्तान से आए या चीन से आए? What, Pankaj ji? I would say that what can we do better in the coastal security, Indo-Pak border, Indo-Bangladesh border, and also Indo-Nepal border, the porous borders and the counterfeit Indian currency. Without further ado, over to you, Mr. Pankaj Singh, sir.
Thank you very much, sir, for setting the ball rolling. India's security scenario, as on date, you've flagged it very elaborately, whether it's coastal security or you talk of insurgency in different parts of India, the terrorism that we are saddled with for the past 50, 60 years in a virulent form, the organized crime which is developing over now with more and more finance, economy, and digitalization coming along, and the cybercrime. Cybercrime is cyber arrests, digital arrests, and these are absolutely new technologies which I'm sure the lathi and the handcuffs did not cater for in the yesteryears. Our main trouble theaters in India have been basically the Northeast, the JNK, the left-wing extremism since the 70s, Northeast since the 60s, and JNK since 48 itself. And with more and more organized crime coming in, and with more and more cyber crime coming in, I think we have a tall order on whether it's terrorism. Where we responded very ably to the Sindoor issue, and very ably demonstrated. And yesterday, our Prime Minister very categorically told the President Trump that it was not about trade, and it was a very categorical ceasefire accepted by India at the behest of the DGM of Pakistan. And it was not something that Donald Trump had intervened in any which measure completely. All I can say is on the smart policing issue, I think India has made a phenomenal progress from the third-degree methods that we have already heard so much about, the human rights coming in a very big way, false or the right kind of encounters taking place, Supreme Court, High Courts, lower courts coming down very heavily, laying down very specific guidelines as to how in any encounter you need to proceed about. I think we have come a long way. The CCTNS, which is now the Crime and Criminal Tracking Network and Systems, it has come a long way. Almost all states, barring just a couple of them, are on the main network. They keep track of each and every crime that is registered, and many states have been able to extract by means of small APIs and small softwares extra bit of juice from that CCTNS also. How can you supervise cases by ensuring that timely disposal, timely evidence being recorded, and cases do not get delayed beyond a certain measure, where if these are sensitive as women-related cases or children-related cases, where the courts also are very wary about bringing justice as soon as possible. This is integrated with the integrated criminal justice system, wherein all the prisons all over India and all the courts all over India will be integrated with the police CCTNS, and this will be a very, very powerful tool to be able to supervise and ensure a timely disposal of cases if so is required. As far as the police is concerned, almost all the country, all the police stations are networked as on date. However, as far as the prisons are concerned, many prisons have been networked, and so you can keep a complete track of who is visiting whom, where, what is the frequency of the visits, what is the relationship of a person who is visiting, how frequently has he visited, so that you can keep a track of are these the right kind of people / relatives who are visiting, or is it some people with an ulterior motive who are visiting these people in the prisons. The NAT grid system, which has evolved over a period of time, intelligence is a main source wherein, I'm very happy to note that though this was the exclusive preserve of only a couple of agencies till about a month back, the Home Minister has very categorically said that what is the point of having intelligence collection from 20-25 different agencies if the police station doesn't benefit? And so, unless and until we bring down the NAT grid down to the police station level, I think it is not going to make much of a difference. I think that's a very, very important and very strong move, and I think it'll help investigation, intelligence collection, and bringing about incontrovertible evidence before the courts to decide the cases. We have the FIU, wherein the financial crime, the way economy has been growing, the way, whether it's bitcoins or money transactions going across the safe havens to tax havens to whatever, I think FIU is a great step in which most of the law enforcement agencies, all the states have access to about the flagged financial transactions that take place over a period of time. Video conferencing, which was earlier only by the Supreme Court's directions, now finds mention as Section 530 of the BNSS, and this will facilitate one, expeditious trials as well as safety of the criminals as well as the staff who takes these people to the courts at different periods of time through long distances and many a time to very, very crowded courts where many a times killings have taken place of the criminals as well as bystanders also. Today, CISF uses body cameras to bring in more and more accountability. Now, earlier this accountability and transparency was not there, but as in how this digital transformation is taking place, internet, the speeds can only get better over a period of time. Today, and we still remember, sir, the yesteryears when yours and my offices used to have a lock with a key to ensure that no person would call up STD. Today, everybody is talking on the video all the time, whether it is a person who is a help in your house to even any shopkeeper, nobody has cash. Even if you want to loot a person who is going home after closing his shop, he doesn't have money. All his money has gone digitally to his bank straight away to earn more and more interest. And it is very, very surprising when foreigners come to India and see the number of ways in which you can transact business in India, whether it's the QR code or a Google Pay or a Phone Pay or Paytm or the usual, which they prefer, just the credit card or the cash. I think it's been a phenomenal success, and one, we're bringing about accountability, more transparency, and bringing about a check on the corruption that is there in the systems. The CCTV network today, every shop, every apartment, every lift, every place has a CCTV network which helps, and many police stations have access to these over their jurisdiction so that they can get that vital piece of evidence. EFIR, the current BNSS talks about the zero FIR or the electronic FIR, which you can log through WhatsApp, email, or any other digital platform, but you have to go to the police station in 72 hours. So once that is logged within 72 hours so that the process gets rolling, and then you can get a digital FIR also registered. Zero FIR is another step forward. It is there in the new BNSS. Earlier it was not so. You can get an FIR registered anywhere in the country, irrespective of the jurisdiction, so that the process gets rolling, and then that police station will send that FIR to the concerned police station. So these are many, many steps to bring about transparency, convenience of people also. What police is saddled with today is the number of false cases that get registered. I would definitely have, whether you can check up the crime in India or the official publications also, more than 50% of the cases registered again under women's sections or SC/ST sections turn out to be false. I do not say they may really be false, but what is actually happening is a woman gets a case registered against a person X, and as long as she gets the papers, relevant papers back, or she is able to bring about a compromise in her favor, she, I think, doesn't pursue the case and it ends up in an FIR. So the number of false cases, there is no deterrent at all. that was there in the previous penal codes. But I think the new ones do have, and false FIR can be prosecuted under 212 of BNSS. Manpower shortage. Supreme Court came down very heavily to check on the manpower shortage in the police forces across different states. And it called upon the chief secretaries of state that you will be hauled up if you don't fill in the vacancies. Now always remember, police is the most visible arm of the government. It does not bring in any revenue. Any addition to the police force is like a black hole, and it keeps absorbing money. That it wants a police station, then it wants a vehicle. And data on police organizations published by BPRND very categorically also states the number of police stations which do not have a vehicle, number of police stations which do not have a wireless, number of police stations which do not have a telephone. But all I would say is, if the state, where the police is a state subject, we talk of federal crimes, we have certain federal agencies like the CBI and NIA which can pick up cases suo moto, but basically it is a state subject. If the state, which means the center and the state, decide to do, I think anything is possible in the country, as has been made out by our chair, which happened to the Naxal menace. It has been there since the 70s when Naxalbari started burning, and now you see the resolve of the state, wherein for the first time in the last 15 years, at least 5 or 6 states, you have Bihar, you have UP, you have Jharkhand, you have Chhattisgarh, you have Maharashtra and Orissa, where the state and the central governments are the same. This has brought in a huge amount of synergy in the forces, very clarity of objectives to be achieved, and you see the results. But always remember, there's been phenomenal state support behind this. The amount of money they have sanctioned under security-related expenditures, special infrastructure scheme, more than 5,000 telephone towers constructed, more than 10,000 kilometers of roads, and different Navodaya Vidyalayas and Eklavya Vidyalayas in this. That has brought about this change. Not only that, technology, we are talking of 2047. They have provided us with the best of UAVs. I'm not talking of the small ones. I'm talking of the 110 crore Herons which were given to us way back in 2010 to do surveillance and bring about collectors who were kidnapped also safely back to ground. So if the state decides, I think it can very well do it. I think I'll stop at that before we'll give some time to that, and I'll come back to the next topic later. Thank you.
Thank you, Pankajji, for a very scholarly account, and I'm indeed returning much wiser after the account. Indeed, just 2 quick observations that yes, you represent the modern policing. In my time when I joined service, it was said, you cannot be a good police officer unless you are half butcher and half human. Those times have changed. Today we have wonderful officers who are scientifically oriented, legally oriented, and morally oriented. And comparison should be between comparables. 200 years of banditry, Madhav Singh, Mohar Singh, Sultana, Man Singh, Phulan Devi, the turnover was just 100 crores. And today the digital arrest and the cyber crime, 1 year, 1 lakh crores, 100 sonar ki, 1 lohar ki. Now we turn to the best speaker of the session, our senior advocate Supreme Court, Dr. Aman Hingorani ji, who will enlighten us not only of the EFIRs, the legal education, but special emphasis on legal education, because the way things are moving, I think all of us have to be legal literate. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much for that very generous introduction. Good evening to everyone. To take off from what has been said, I think the bane of this country is we have beautiful judgments, but they're just speeches. Nothing is implemented. So you had restoration of FIR, Lalita Kumari's case. It's mandatory for the police to register FIRs. It doesn't happen. Under trial prisoners, 1979, about 75% of the jail population were people waiting trial for periods longer than had they been tried and convicted. They were still languishing in wasted lives. 2025, we had the same percentage. Nothing is implemented. Police was said to be the most visible form. Police is the most powerful institution in this country. Police reforms have been suggested way back by the Supreme Court, Prakash Singh's case. Nothing is implemented. So one can go on and on about what the law is, and the ground reality is. They're completely different. And you cannot be a civilized country unless there's a rule of law, to start with. But I have been teaching law since 1998, and that's why I was asked to focus more on reform of legal education using technology innovation. Well, yes, technology has reshaped the way law is taught, law is understood by students. So if you just Google what is the kind of changes, what's the potential? You have online learning platforms, so anybody from anywhere in the world can take a course, they can give assignments, they can interact, do online, they can, learning has become more accessible, more efficient. There's remote learning. So those who do not have access to universities or big courses, they have that access. There's that greater flexibility. With COVID, we learned, when I was teaching, we learned to shift from classroom teaching to online classroom, virtual classrooms. How do you interact with students? That also, again, brings great accessibility. You have more research tools. Now you have SSC online, Manupatra. Every kind of case law, every article is online. So people can access that. You can use ChatGPT. You can analyze data to make strategies to see if this is the data, what is the likely outcome. Understanding blockchain, the whole world now works on smart contracts for intellectual property. I see the future in mediation. I'm a mediator of the Supreme Court and the Delhi High Court. The future I can see when we see online mediation is not only mediation in the virtual world, it is also having a contract providing, should there be a dispute, parties will go for mediation. With smart contracts, you can have a predetermined code given to the mediator. Should there be a settlement, code it in the blockchain. If there's virtual currency, the automated enforcement, currency goes from A to B. Technology can make wonders. That's the potential I'm talking about. The reality, we'll come back to a bit later. Then you have the scope of virtual or augmented reality, is the immersive experience. You can create simulation exercises virtually, see how court trials happen, to pick up skills of lawyering. Legal drafting, there are courses which are there for legal drafting. You would also be able to have things for case management. If you have multiple cases, how do you streamline? What are the dates? What are the citations? What are the pleadings? Everything can be done digitally. Now, all this sounds very good. It's just that it's not there in India. Many courses in the West, they do offer courses. Having taught across the country in different national law schools, private law schools, I can tell you with confidence, we don't have infrastructure. You don't have internet in many places. You don't have teachers. You don't have trained faculty. So this is a very, very long shot of what it will take years and years to be able to use technology innovation to improve the quality of our legal education. The universities are the recruiting grounds for lawyers. It's from the lawyers you get judges. If the legal education is defective, then nothing's really going to translate by the time they get into profession, either as a lawyer or as a judge. So this is the potential. But I do want to have a slightly different take on all this. Law is one area where you need a human element, the sense of justicing. It's not only information. With ChatGPT, you can have tons of information what's there on the net. Issue is not of education or information. It is what kind of education, what kind of information will make you a good citizen. In our country, the only standard is our constitution. So whatever we use through technology or innovation, it has to be guided by what we need to teach the law students is constitutionalism, the ethics. Constitutionalism needs to inform every aspect of life. You just have to think to do the right thing. You have corruption. They say that the psyche is become corrupted. There's corruption in our blood. We always try to say we can get things done easier. Why not pay the extra something and get things done? It's more convenient. It's more expedient. That has to change. We have to say the natural inclination should be to do the right thing. And that comes with a feeling of constitutionalism. I will not spit on the road. I will not destroy public property. The way of thinking has to change, and that can only be taught by a human, not through machines. So that kind of thinking has to come, and that has to inform every branch of government. Law does not persuade because it threatens. You can have as much draconian laws as you want to with this. I mean, you've heard the critiques about UAPA, TADA, POTA, etc. Of course, those who have to maintain law and order say it's easy to say that. We have to suffer on the street. Our Jawans get martyred for no fault of theirs. They didn't create that particular insurgency. They don't have a solution for it. They have to maintain law and order. What do? Their human rights are important too. So there are two sides of everything. But having said that, you cannot, state violence is no answer to violence. Number one, that will generate more violence. We don't have universities which offer conflict resolution courses. Area clearance is not always, in my view at least, is not a good option to resolve conflict. It will create more conflict. You need to have courses which are informed by human rights of all stakeholders, which are informed by the constitutional standards. And that puts even greater emphasis on scientific policing, scientific collection of evidence. You don't arrest somebody, then go around collecting evidence. You first collect evidence, first get the material against a person, and then law will then proceed legally against that person. The whole thing of changing the burden of proof on the accused, etc. Short term, I can understand the kind of insurgencies we are going through, the kind of generous export of terrorism from Pakistan. When we talk about the Kashmir issue, we have the problems in the northeast. We have the Khalistani issues, which, we have plenty of fault lines, which everybody is trying to exploit. Nobody's denying that. But how do you address it? That is what I'm on. The easier way is force, but in the long run, it will be counterproductive. And which means the kind of education we're talking about, not only legal education, and this is the kind of education that I am for a votary for that law should be taught right from school onwards. So there's a sense of civic duties in every citizen, right from the time in the formative years, that this is your country, apart from your fundamental rights, also fundamental duties. You have to be able to be a good citizen. You can't go around destroying property or take lives. So it has to start from school. And then you, of course, goes into your graduation or law school, etc., and so on and so forth. So it informs the entire civil society. But since we are under the aegis of the Global Counterterrorism Council, what I think the most relevant when we talk about education is using constitution, and it's a very liberal constitution with checks and balances. And we have to, and it's a beautiful document. And it sends a standard for everybody who holds power over another human being to say, yes, I have these easy options, but I'll take the more difficult, even if it involves more training, more skill, more time, it's more scientific, but I'll take the longer option, but we want the right people to suffer the consequences of what they've done. So I'll just stop there because I know you want to finish at 3:45. So I'll be as cooperative as I can.
God bless you, Dr. Aman Hingorani, for a very, very thought-provoking discourse. Indeed, it has set the perspective in the true spirit. We normally believe that you can shoot first, apologize later. But you have said, yes, there is a rule of law, and by far the best legacy one can bequeath to the successive generations is the rule of law. Now, since time is short and the VIP guests have arrived, I give 30 seconds to each of us for 3 wish lists to each of us. Beginning with you, Mr. Pankaj Singh ji, what will be your 3 wish lists for India of 2047?
I think the first and foremost wish list, as far as rule of law is to come about till 2047, would be, I think, the complete integration of the integrated criminal justice system. I think if all the 3 arms of the criminal justice system, the police, the judiciary, as well as the prison system get integrated, I think we'll be able to give more and more, documented and
verified, corroborated truth to the system before we decide a case against somebody. Two, as far as possible, I think the police and all the law enforcement agencies at the center and the state must adopt all possible systems which bring in more and more transparency and accountability. The Supreme Court has already gone about asking for the installment of CCTVs at all the police stations. Why don't we have a CCTV at each and every courts of the country also? I think a whole lot of things happen there also. I think bring in as much of transparency and accountability in the systems as are possible. Thirdly, I think we need to find a system, whether it's police or the judiciary. I mean, the number of cases are burgeoning beyond measure. I think we need to find a system. We cannot just say that because the number of cases is increasing, I need more police. Because the number of cases is increasing, I need more courts. I think we'll have to find a way to divide the lesser ones from the more graver ones and decide how to go about it. A higher level of evidence for the graver ones. We have for more than 7 years now, we have a compulsory FSL to be done. So I think we need to find a line and decide and bring about the pendency, which is almost about, I'll just give you the figures, 4.5 crore cases pending at the district courts level, 65 lakhs at the High Court, and 80,000 at the Supreme Court as on today. So I think we need to find a way out.
Thank you, Mr. Pankaj Singh. Startling figures. Dr. Aman Hingorani, sir.
Well, I would simply say accountability of every state institution. Nobody is above the law. Is something which should be there. A citizen, if you're talking about public trust, that's what the theme is. The public must trust the state. Without public opinion has more force than law. Without the public being on your side, people being on your side, you can't do anything in the country.
Perfect.
So you need to have, for the public confidence, a person must know that if I have a problem, I can go to the police without being scared that I'll be abused there or I'll not be heard there. Everybody needs to be accountable, right from the lowest level to the highest office in this country. That's one part which I think must be there. Secondly is, I want to live in a society where I say, I don't agree with you, but I'll fiercely defend what you want to say. Or what that the feeling that a person should be, is, I mean, unless you have a privacy of mind, you have the zone of privacy, all other, and to be able to take choices what to do, all other fundamental rights become meaningless. So you must be guaranteed that socially sanctioned space to be able to think the way you want to think. Of course, every right comes with restrictions. You can't endanger state, you can't get into seditious activities. That's a different debate altogether. But within the parameters of the law, I need my space. Thirdly is humanism permeating law. Our laws have to become human. A lot of our laws are not. They are knee-jerk reactions to the terrible situations we face, which is, and according to me, that is going to be, in the long run, is going to create a pressure cooker environment. Nobody will follow a law which they think is not fair. Nobody's going to follow. Nobody does anything. I mean, a person will never do something they don't understand. So if they don't understand the law, or they think it's unfair or unjust, nobody's going to follow it. And law will not, just because it's threatening sanctions or consequences or coercive action, that is not going to persuade a person from breaking it. At the end of the day, human mind is such that you need to take people along. So if the laws are human, they're fair and they're just, then chances are you're going to have a more, you'll work towards a civilized society.
Thank you very much, Dr. Aman Hingorani ji. I have just one wish list, that all our paramilitary, our military and police, they should be men and women of absolute sterling steel, men and women of the highest unimpeachable integrity. So 2047, I may not live long enough to see that day, but wherever I am, I bless those men and women of steel, because they'll be the pride of the nation. Matri bhumi par sheesh chadhane, jis path jaye veer anek. Jai Hind. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. To finish it 1 minute before. Now for that, sir, I will request Razdan sir to come up and have a very close discussion while giving the mementos on behalf.
Yes, sir.
Not in private.
But at least come up, sir, for the memento at least.
सर मोमेंटो तो दे दे, शक और शुबा वही लेकिन आपकी बातों में लगा हमारे जमाने में कहते थे मैडम अब तक की बताई गई बातों में कोई शक नहीं, तो बात से बता मैंने अब तक क्या कहा।
आजा बेटा। ओके।
बहुत हमारे भी बातें आती थी, आपने जो कहा वो मैंने सुना, जो अनकहा छोड़ दिया वो मेरे मन में। थैंक यू।
Ladies and gentlemen, in the meantime, I'm just making an announcement. Whatever belongings you have brought, please keep it where it is. There's a security check happening for a few minutes. We will all go out and then come back.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much.
हो गया?
बहुत इस वक्त है सर, मैं एक भी नहीं कर पाया
तीनों फाइल हो गए।
अनएक्सपेक्टेड लाइन।
ऑल इंडिया नहीं?
अच्छा, वो नेक्स्ट
बात करेंगे, इम्पोर्टेंट चीज़ है।
So we have a joint photograph here.
I started life in a black coat. 71.
इसको सब कोर्ट में जाकर के कहना कि आपकी बिना मर्जी पैराग्राफ के हस्ताक्षर के दस्तखत के एफआर कैसे लगा, ये मिसकैरेज ऑफ जस्टिस है।
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. I request everybody to join us for a cup of tea for a few minutes. You know? लव कुमार आ गए वर्मा?
ये सर है।
अच्छा सर आ गए,
सर आ गए।
मैं उधर देख रहा था। कौन बचा कौन? साधना मैडम।
साधना भी आ रही है। सर आ गए।
हो गया पूरा?
आप शुरू कीजिए।
मैं पढ़ लूँ? ओके। अरे यार लोग आने बाहर बैठे हैं, खड़े हैं।
आप कीजिए, मैं अनाउंस कराती हूँ।
हाँ आप जरा कर दो बाहर। Right, ladies and gentlemen, I'm sorry for the little inconvenience, but then security protocols had to be followed, and it's as good as for our good also and their good also. So now we shift to our next session, that is the Swasth, Samriddh or Viksit Bharat. Swasth and Samriddh, very important. Redefining the health, the wealth and the national progress by 2047. Now in this, healthcare is fundamental to national prosperity. This session will discuss the key elements of India's health strategy, or may I call it health security also at the same time, from digital health ecosystem to public health infrastructure, while examining the pathways for universal healthcare and India's global role in health diplomacy. Basically, we will be covering something like the digital health ecosystem, the strengthening public health infrastructure, the holistic wellness and Ayurveda as key pillars of health, India's role in global healthcare diplomacy. And for this, I hand over to Love Verma sir, former Secretary Health and Family Welfare, Government of India. All yours, sir. Jai Hind.
Thank you. And my thanks to Mr. Aditya Tikku and the Global Counter-Terrorism Council for inviting me to chair this session. My only complaint is that it should have been a whole day session, because if you unleash me, I probably will be able to speak for a whole hour. So he has asked me to keep to the timing. So without any preliminary remarks, I'll just make a couple of opening remarks, and then we have a very distinguished panel, and I'll hand it over to them. So my take is that we have a mixed picture, and we have done well on the health front to some extent, but health for all is still a distant possibility for us. For instance, let us take up screening, especially screening of NCDs, non-communicable diseases. That itself, we tried to do something, but the screening for diabetes, for cancer, etc., I think it's very much needed, and we have to make efforts to make that a probability and a possibility. And then the government is making efforts to increase the ratio of doctors. For instance, recently we read about this regarding the new addition to the curriculum of Ayush doctors. They will be asked to train, they will be trained in allopathic practices also. And this has caused a great deal of controversy with the Ayurvedic association hailing it, and the allopathic doctors keenly against it. Then there's my favorite hobby horse, which is that the health policy should be made enforceable, and there should be a clear timeline. When we say that 2.5% of the GDP should be spent on health, what is the timeline we are looking at, so that we can measure more profitably and more accurately how we are going towards our goal of spending 2.5% of the GDP on health. We talked about health diplomacy. So we've done a lot with regard to the vaccine Maitri and with regard to health tourism. I'm sure my co-panelists will speak about it in greater detail. And I've already touched on holistic wellness and Ayurveda. Holistic wellness, well, we have the Ayushman Bharat scheme which is doing wonders, and ultimately the idea is to have a very well connected scheme in which we have technological prowess, and also we are able to connect our various health centers, including our Ayushman health centers, as they are now known as, to each other, so that we can from womb to tomb, that is the ultimate goal of our health for all, that from womb to tomb we are able to have an interoperable system so that we can track the health records of everybody from womb to tomb. That is the ultimate aim of all our. So today we have Lieutenant General Sadhana Saxena Nair, who is DG Medical Services Army, Dr. Rakesh Kumar Srivastav, who has been ex-DGHS, and Dr. Anil Kaul, who is interim VC PHFI University, and also Director, Indian Institute of Public Health. Now I would like Dr. Nair to begin, and she will basically tell us about how health for all is tackled in the army, and also what are the systems for those who are disabled during combat. Dr. Nair, please.
Yeah, thank you, sir. So the army has a very, very comprehensive healthcare system, which is not only curative, but is also preventive, promotive, curative, of course, and rehabilitative. So it looks at all these four spectrums. It's a very, very holistic, sort of a system for looking after the health of people from the moment they enroll or join the Indian Armed Forces till the time they superannuate or retire from service and beyond, because we also have the ex-servicemen contributory health scheme, which looks after the veterans. So what I can say is that in all these, so you not only treat disease, but you also prevent disease, you promote good health, and if some soldier gets disabled, then you look into the rehabilitation. As far as the rehabilitation of the wounded or the disabled goes, there are very robust programs inside. So first of all, whenever a person is injured or falls sick, so the first is looking after the medical treatment, the person recovers, then the person goes into rehabilitation, and to the extent possible the recovery takes place, and after that the person is placed in something called a low medical category. So depending on whatever his limitations are post the injury or the disease, he's placed in a suitable low medical category, which determines then his employment, because obviously now he's no longer as fit as what he was before he became injured or disabled or sick, and so he is slotted into that category, and his employability is determined accordingly. So he may have restrictions on certain employment, like going to high altitude or higher hard areas, or to do a sedentary job. So the army or the armed forces, in fact the three services, look after that soldier, whether it be a male or a female, and place them according to their employability. This limitation could be a permanent limitation, it could be a temporary limitation. So the medical categorization could be either temporary or permanent. However, if a person is not able to even perform the basic core job for which he or she has been employed in the Indian Armed Forces, then of course the individual will have to undergo a process of invalidment, and then depending on the percentage of disability as per the entitlement rules issued by the government, he or she is given a disability pension. But what I would like to say is that even if once the person has been treated, and whether he is in a low medical category or he goes out of service, there are a number of welfare schemes in the three services, and I know specifically of the army, which look after the rehabilitation of such people. So it's, and also offer vocational training. So it's not as if an individual is just let loose into society. His needs, his further employability is also looked after. He's given vocational training. His lifelong medical treatment is continued, and his rehabilitation continues. So it's a very comprehensive healthcare system in the Indian Armed Forces.
Thank you, Dr. Nair. That was indeed a very comprehensive review of what the health situation is in the Indian Army, and I'm sure there will be questions which we'll keep till the end. It's over to Dr. Rakesh Kumar Srivastav, who's ex-DGHS. I'm sure he could speak for the whole hour or more. So it's over to him now. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Is it working? Yeah. Okay. Namaskar. Shri Love Barma ji is a very esteemed colleague. I had the opportunity of working with him in the government and after with the NGO where he was chairing the board. He is a very passionate and excellent person who has dealt health with full passion so that the last mile person can get some type of relief from various agonies, distress, which he usually suffers on account of many ailments. Secondly, I would like to appreciate the organizer of this conference. They have selected a right moment and a right subject which will have an incremental unfolding in the coming time when this particular mission mode, Viksit Bharat, Atmanirbhar Bharat, will move forward. We know very well that the program of Viksit Bharat at present is steered in the PMO in a mission mode, and there is a dedicated officer, the principal scientific advisor, is coordinating this thing. But all said and done, a long-term program is usually not attended to with that sincerity and with that investment which is required for such program unless and until there is a political blessing. Unless and until there is a blessing from the topmost political class. The good thing is that at present we do have that political blessing. With these words I would like to start. It is a privilege to speak today on the topic of Viksit Bharat that touches the very soul of our nation, Swasth, Smradh and Viksit Bharat. A healthy, prosperous and developed India. That is the cherished dream probably of everybody, starting from the person living in the village or the person who is occupying the highest position in the country. Usually we fix a long-term timeline, and for this they have fixed a timeline by 2047, that is the centenary year of the celebration. And I firmly believe that healthcare will be the most defining factor as far as achieving and shaping the destiny of the country to become a Viksit Bharat. A nation is only as strong as the health of its people. If we are having 80% healthy people, then we are a strong, healthy nation. And health is not just absence of disease. Health is physical, mental, digital, social and spiritual well-being. So from a normal, disease-free individual, if you build up your mind, your body and your commitment, your thought process, you can create a Viksit Bharat. There is no second thinking on this thing. I was in the Ministry of Health and Family Welfare for about 13 years as Director General of Health Services, and I was also there in Medical Council of India as a chairman. So I have seen both aspects of medical education as well as healthcare delivery in the country. At that time, Viksit Bharat, the concept of Viksit Bharat was not ideated. At that time, it was largely focusing towards making the India healthier. We did lot of things there which are the foundation for taking a present population towards the healthier population of a Viksit Bharat. We created programs by converging all the mosquito-borne diseases as a national vector-borne disease program. And you know, we have seen that what harm these mosquito and vector-borne disease can do. We created something like CDC Atlanta in India by converting NICD, which is only dealing with the infectious diseases, into the NCDC. We initiated a campaign against the tobacco and could create a law as well as a program for minimizing the tobacco consumption in India. We created a program for national program for elderly care, which is so important. All these things will gradually dovetail with the Viksit Bharat concern, but yes, that was not the main target at that time. If you ask me what should be a Viksit Bharat, say, if I imagine in 2047 how the Viksit Bharat should look like, it should be a knowledge society, where everybody is full of the information and knowledge about, as far as the health is concerned, about their health. Their mind, body and thinking process should behave in a manner which is building their body and keeping them disease free. And it is possible. The second thing I would like to put before is that there should be a proportionate blend of the ancient knowledge which India has got and Western world are not having that type of knowledge, and the modern technology which are coming from the West and we are imbibing it. The rational blend of the two things which can ultimately bring back health to the people, it should be done. The third thing which I would like to put up there, I see that there should be no dependence, no import dependence for the various type of equipment, drugs, everything should be manufactured in India and made available for the Indian population to be treated in India. And lastly, that our policies, program and action, all should be locally useful and globally friendly. They should not be like this, that I pass this order, whether it is harming the other countries or not, it should be globally friendly. It is possible, and that is what I foresee should be the vision of a Viksit Bharat. Maybe at that time, 80% of our population may be disease free. Maybe our life expectancy by that time will become about 100 years. Maybe a cashless free health care is available there. Maybe that avoidable death, we know that there are large number of avoidable deaths happening, may become zero. Maybe that there is no out-of-pocket expenses, catastrophic expenses. And by 2047, if we are able to achieve these or part of this, we are on the right track. Today we know that there are two models in the world which are available. One is known as Bismarck model. It is a German model which is totally funded by the government. Money comes from the government and people get their health care services free of cost. It was somewhere in late 18th century it was started. Visible wide cracks are seen today. Because the elderly populations are increasing, they are not working, they are consuming money. The other was a beverage model. Lord Beveridge created it, and it is a type of model in which one has to get the insurance support. So these two models which are there, these models are showing a large amount of the crack today. So what India needs to look at it, we try to learn from the past. We have to develop our own model, which we can take up good things from the insurance model, we can take up good things from the public health, 100% spending model, and consider about what is happening to the NHS, and consider about what is happening about the Medicaid and other things in the USA, and blend it to an India-suited right type of hybrid healthcare. This is necessary because large number of reports are coming from the West. If somebody has read the book, Marty McCarry, I think about a year back, he wrote a book. He said that 50% of the healthcare is unnecessary. 50% of surgeries are unnecessary. Whether he was talking about the various emergency surgeries, whether he was talking about the cesarean section, whether he was talking about the so many elective surgeries, he is giving the clear-cut account of it. But 50% is a very, very huge amount, and in a country like USA. And he was nobody, no ordinary person. He belonged to Johns Hopkins, very prestigious institute. And he also said one more thing, that about 1/3 of the death which occurs in the hospitals are on account of the medical error. So, cut, copy and paste type of thing like this is no good for a Viksit Bharat. We must keep it in mind that a lot of correction need to be done in the present system. Let me talk about the 4 areas which has been talked about today. First is the digital health ecosystem. India started, I think about 10 years before, expert committee, National Digital Health Blueprint, National Digital Health Missions, and now a Atmanirbhar Digital Health Mission, which is operating in Health Ministry with a separate CEO, a secretary level officer and full staff, and it is fanning out in the country. So we are quite prepared and we have built up an ecosystem. And it is a global opportunity for India. We cannot be thrusted with the product which are being developed by various type of computing technology and artificial intelligence. We have to take them with open eye and find what is good over there. Can we build such type of system in our country? And if yes, then we must indigenize it. So we are in a very right situation when we can have this global opportunity and cast for the economic development of the India. Imagine a health stack for every citizen, a unified, consent-based, interoperable platform that connects a patient in Datewada to a super specialist in Delhi through a secure teleconsultation with AI-powered triage, remote diagnosis, and real-time language translation. Now you are living in Tamil Nadu, you have got a language problem. The technology helps you. You are not seeing the doctor, a hologram brings the doctor to your screen. Everything is possible. But this type of possibility is being seen by the innovators in India today, and we can build it up. Now, we gradually should try to shift from the digital health service delivery to intelligent digital health. Intelligent digital health, 24/7 BP monitoring through an app, and you get a spike even before your BP shoot up before the time, or a STEMI recording on your wristwatch, smart wristwatch, and you get a segment finding an alarm. So these are all intelligent, which are possible, intelligent health, technology driven, which is possible, and it can happen. So it is a global opportunity. The second thing is, which I would like to point out, the second pillar is strengthening public health infrastructure. Now we have every time said that we want to reach to the last 5%. The fact of the matter is, sir will agree that we have yet not reached. The last mile person is only in the policy document, program document, text, in our speech. Last mile person does not know that we talk like this, but he needs it. We cannot build a developed nation on a weak primary healthcare infrastructure. 2016 National Health Policy said that 2/3 of the annual budget, sorry if I am wrong, please correct me, should be spent on primary health care. It never happened. Either it was surrendered at the RE time, or when the final estimate were made, it never comes to that. I understand there is some improvement in the primary health care system, but not commensurate to the investment which is required to these things. We have started health and wellness centers. We have started various type of programs which are associated with it. We have started good number of frontline workers. All these things are there, but still reaching to the last mile person is not possible. And the reason, simple reason is, we have blended technology inadequately. Our sub-center caters to 5,000 population, and in India with a variable geographical structure. Sometimes these 5,000 population means 500 houses are scattered in about 100 kilometers of the area, 150 kilometers of the area, with bad terrain in between. So that is inadequate. Roads are not there, connectivity is not there, there are problems. In that area, if we use technology, blend it with the technology and try to use, no cluster of families are living without a doctor. Either it is a Bengali doctor, or it is a GP, or it is a retired person who is sitting over there. Integrate them in the system, provide them either the technology link or a QR code or a non-QR type connectivity, create a domiciliary care model, select when mother can take care of a pregnant lady, that old lady can take care of a pregnant lady in the older time, and these can conduct the delivery, then let us expect that our families have elderly population who are wise enough to take care of your cough, cold, little bit burn, smaller injuries, and in case they need some, they can use, everybody is using mobile. They can connect with the GP immediately that, look, this has happened, I need your help. So closer to the community health care system should be blended where necessary, and let it be connected to the Swasthya Mandir, the health and wellness center, the digitalized health and wellness center. This is where we missed the bus. For the Swasthya Bharat, we can take it forward. Now the second area is, third area is Ayurveda and holistic wellness system. I don't know. Everybody, every country world over, including the World Health Organization, embraced yoga. Most of the countries are importing Ayurvedic drug in large